to be surrendered by 896 million. So that would have been unauthorized at that to pay. If we go to MSD, I'm not going to go into much detail here. Let's do the compliance with laws and regulations on the Gauteng Department of Health. So the first one is on expenditure management. They failed to prevent irregular expenditure amounting to 2.5 billion. That was incurred in the current year. The prior year, it was 3.7 billion. Prior year, mostly it was the PPE, procurement irregularities. In the current year, about 1.9 billion relates to expired contracts that the department are still using and failing out to go out on tender to procure the goods and services that they are using those expired contracts for. Also on the fruitless and wasteful, last year there was an amount of 224 million for fruitless and wasteful, mainly due to PPE overpricing, where they paid higher prices than what should have been paid. In the current year, we also saw a continuation. I think there was about 15 million that relates to overpricing, and the remainder was interest paid on due to late settlement of court orders of 1 point something million. Like I indicated before, the 30 days is a big issue in the department, and the majority of the outstanding debts are sitting at more than 30 days. And then in terms of the consequence management, the department has not taken any steps to implement consequence management. Apart from the SIU investigation, no other investigations have been completed or actioned where consequence management were implemented. Revenue management, I already spoke to that. The daily controls over daily and monthly processing of transactions is not happening at institutional level. The filing is not up to standard. They're not able to retrieve files readily. It is not done in a very appropriate manner. And then also interest was not charged on debts as required by Treasury Regulation 1151. And these pertain to private patients. It doesn't mean the non-paying or the H1 patients. Transfer funds, there's transfer payments made to institutions and other entities like NGOs or NPOs. So in terms of the MOA, there are certain monitoring mechanisms that need to be done by the department, and we noted there that this was in fact not carried out. And then we're indicating here the department did not implement a performance management system and process, and this was evidenced by management not ensuring that the district health information management system policies adhered to, and some facilities did not provide complete, relevant and accurate information to support performance reporting, and also we noted a lack of review of monthly and quarterly performance reports to ensure that misstatements are identified and corrected. Just to mention also that the annual performance report was thus not adequately supported by credible underlying records, as related portfolio of evidence was inadequate, and in some instances a POE was not provided. We further did additional work in terms of the registers that are used by the facilities to cast and cross-cast those registers to make sure that the numbers that they report are accurate. And also there were a lot of errors made, also not to indicate that we further go to the file. So the errors start at the file, then they carry it incorrectly over to the register, and it goes through all the levels until it gets to head office, where it's inaccurately reported. If we go to MSD, we've got the material misstatements, and there were a number of components: trade payables, trade receivables, revenue, cost of sales, and commitments that were subsequently adjusted by management, which resulted in an unqualified audit opinion. The MSD also incurred irregular expenditure amounting to 6 million for the year under review. And then the consequence management, like I indicated before, the consequence management need to be taken by the accounting officer, which is the HOD for the department. Then for the goods and services, MSD did not go through a competitive bidding for goods and services above 500,000. They utilized expired contracts from health, and they procured goods and services from those service providers. If we go to the audit of predetermined objectives on the Department of Health on District Health Services Program 2, there were 54 indicators, and of the 54, 28 was not achieved. And I just want to make you aware that considering that we issued a disclaimer of opinion on the performance information, so even the reported information is not supported. So the picture might even be worse. So we cited the proper record keeping that was not implemented in a timely manner. Also the policy for the district health information management system was not adhered to, because it clearly indicates the entire process and how information should be verified throughout the entire cycle. Record keeping, and then it's just a repetition. On the MSD, there was no findings on predetermined objectives for the selected objective. If I go to the irregular expenditure, if we look at health 2021, the closing balance for health was sitting at 18 billion. It was 19 billion last year, and of which 3.7 billion pertain to the PPE procurement irregularities. In the current year, we saw a further 2.3 billion and another 331 million that pertain to old contracts that they were still using that was paid in the current year. And then the 1.9 billion related to expired contracts in the current year on security and cleaning. Then there were also other deviations, sundry payments, and also where procurement processes were not followed. A further 200 million was also incurred relating to PPE. On the fruitless and wasteful, we had in the prior year the majority of the fruitless and wasteful related to the 224 related to PPE overpricing, and in the current year we saw another 17 million. So the balance is sitting at 250 million. And these cases have not been investigated. Obviously the PPE one is ongoing, but even for the irregular, the investigations for all the other items have not been done. In the current year, I indicated that there is no investigations. There has been extension of contracts, non-compliance with procurement prescripts for COVID-19, as well as other non-compliance. I mentioned this already. The MSD, the main driver is the irregular appointments and also the late signing of SLA for CETA contract that contributed to the 6 million. They are also sitting with about 50 million. already talked to this one. I'm not going to discuss it again. Okay, I'll talk to the material irregularities. So both MSD and Health, I think Health was now the 4th year that they were implementing the PAA, and it was MSD's first year of implementation. We did not identify any material irregularities at the medical supplies depot. However, at Health, we've got 4 MIs that I just want to talk to quickly. The first one is the interest on the late payments of court orders that we raised of 1.5 million. This one is going to be continuing to happen because they always have these court orders, and the interest, there isn't, it will be difficult to resolve this one in the near future. So we are continuing to follow up. Based on the previous responses received by the accounting officer, it was indicated the department has embarked on a legislative drafting project in 2021 to draft the Gauteng medical litigation and mediation bill to see if they can't manage it without going to court. Basically, they want to look at where a patient was injured or suffered a medical incident, that they will treat the patient rather at their facilities than to do a payout. But there hasn't been any movement in the current audit that we did. The next two relates to the procurement of sanitizers and masks at excessive prices. So there are many items, and the investigation of the SIU covered all those supplies that from which the department procured the PPE, and there were some consequence management applied, and there's also been referrals to the NPA as well as the Competition Commission for both the suppliers and the officials that were involved. So both the mask and the sanitizers, and then the V blocks. That was our first MI we raised in 2018-19. So from the department side, the disciplinary processes were taken, and it was then referred to the NPA and the state attorney for further follow-ups. But we have not been able to get feedback in terms of the status of these referrals. Okay, I want to just talk to the recommendations. So if we look at the Department of Health, the accounting officer, we noted there has been a lot of instability within the department for the past few years. Since the PPE, I think there's been about 3 people that was in the HOD position with a new one appointed. New HOD was appointed in May. So that is also not assisting the department, and you can clearly see in terms of consequence management. If you have such a turnover, it's very difficult to get things done. So we've reported this since forever, that the action plans that are developed are not actioned, and you sit with a lot of repeat findings, audit after audit. You sit with non-compliance with laws and regulations, repeated, and also on record keeping. So if you don't exercise consequence management for poor performance and transgression, you won't see a difference because it will keep on happening. On the MEC side, The MEC should hold the HOD accountable for ensuring that internal controls are in place to deal with procurement through sundry payments and payments within 30 days. And then also the branch head, CEOs, district and sub-district management teams should be held accountable for the review of their program performance. Also the performance, the portfolio of evidence and monitoring of the performance reports. Also the improvement on the SEM processes and effective implementation of contract management system to reduce irregular expenditure. And then also reduce irregular expenditure compliance findings, reduction of material adjustments to the financial statements and improvement on predetermined objectives. And then on the portfolio committee side, follow up with the department to ensure that there is consequence management for irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred. And because the accounting officers are the same, I'm not going to repeat for MSD as well. So we want to just urge the committee to follow up with management and get timely and effective implementation of action plans by requesting regular feedback and follow up so that things can change in the department, because at the moment we're not in a good space. Thank you, Chair. Apologies. I'm Mariette Jefer. I'm a senior manager in the Office of the Auditor General. I'm responsible for health and MSD. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. There's the report. Are there any questions? Remember, you are still going to go to the teams and just to get to see what are the matters we need to follow up with the department, which will assist us to understand the problems that are there, the root causes, what action has been done and all that. Are there any questions? Honorable Randall?
Chairperson, thank you. Just because I'm a member of e-government as well, and I hear CETA again, and I see the red flags with regards to IT governance and IT systems controls. Whether the Auditor General has picked up any service level agreements with e-government, how have health and the medical supplies depot been working with e-government in terms of, getting the IT, the procurement right, and getting the legacy systems addressed? Because it's really something that I would pursue in my position as a member of e-government. Thank you.
Is that the only question?
Thank you.
Okay, if that's the case, I thought there were a lot of questions I was going to ask that they respond to you, then take another hand. But if it's one, then I'll go to the other one. Honorable Kanyane?
Not necessarily a question, but just to check with you, Chair, because I know, welcoming also the report. Most of the issues raised, obviously, we are going to raise them directly with the department. But just to check, when we break into our committee, our small committees, will we have one from the AGs in this committee so that we are able to check with them when we are dealing with these issues, zooming into that specifically?
Yeah, Simon did send it yesterday in your emails, yes. Was it yesterday, day before yesterday? I think it was day before yesterday. Yes. Yes. So what is being presented or is going to be presented by the senior managers from the Office of the AG was sent to all of us day before yesterday. So yes, you'll have it when you discuss in the breakaway later.
I'm checking that also their personnel, will they be with
No.
us?
Their personnel won't be there. Yeah. That's why you must ask the questions now. Their personnel won't be there. Okay. Yes. Honorable Paternost,
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to all the other members.
put it closer, just put it closer so I
Okay.
can hear you.
Chair, this is a comment.
Just
Chair.
put it closer to you.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Chair, this is a comment. You know what, Chair? I also read the report now while that lady was busy presenting here, but as I can see now why are all the hospitals and clinics in a mess because of this report. This report says it all. There's a lot of corruption in the health department, and I don't think it will, a few meetings or whatever, or a few questions will measure, or will, what's the word? Will resolve this problem.
Said it in Afrikaans.
Will resolve this problem, Chair. This thing is in a mess. The health department, this report says it all, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. I think sometimes it's better to get the questions and then make the determination. Sometimes it is. It helps a lot. But yes, I think if you were just to take it as per the audit, the fact that they are in this category of unqualified with findings, they are not in the adverse or in qualified, says some, but I'm not saying anything. I think ours is to get the information directly from the departments so that we can make an informed decision. That's all I'm saying. That's why later we're going to get into the groups, try and see what questions do we want to ask. What are the areas that we want to get information from so that we can, as this committee, take an informed decision. Honorable Delange?
Chair, thank you very much. I think it's basically a question I've asked many times before, especially when we get the reports from the auditors. And what I want to know is, again, and it's not per se just from them. You know, we've got the oversight committees who does oversight. So we see all of these things happening. It happens throughout. It's not something we get here and then suddenly we realize it's happening. We see it happen, that's why we've got oversight committees. Then we've got the auditors that does the audits, and then they compile and we get these reports. Now my question is, where are the tooth or the teeth? Where are the people or the person that was supposed to say, actually, it's not just the HOD that we need to get rid of. It's the whole department, because officials also know when they do something wrong, they're doing it wrong. So I think in this retrospect, I just want to say is, where are the teeth? Who's supposed to see that things run correctly there? And then I say from the perspective of right from the MEC, HOD, to all the rest of the department. Who's the one that's supposed to sign off and say, not doing your job, you must go? Where's that? Because then we wouldn't be here. Every single year, we get the same. So what are we doing here? Are we just here back today to just also oversee the oversight and the other oversights? Where is the point where everything comes together and we say, this is it? It must change.
I just want to understand your question properly. So would I be correct to ask you just to rephrase it and say, the teeth is asking, where am I?
Yes, sir.
Because you are the teeth. You should be saying what must happen. But you're asking us, where am I? And that's the issue I'm raising, because you're the one who must tell us, you remember we do make recommendations at the end. So basically it means there's a problem with our oversight. So we must question ourselves. There's something wrong with us. And that's what we must ask. What is wrong with us? if these things, we talk about them, they continue to happen, so there's something wrong with us. What is wrong with us? And I don't think the auditors can answer that question. We must answer it ourselves. What is wrong with us?
Right, Chair.
Okay. Now you can say that, yes, Honorable.
I think let's really deal with the process. Because we are here to do the analysis. Né? And we've asked the stakeholders also to come and assist in making that analysis so that when we take decisions, né? I mean, we are saying this afternoon, we are going to committees so that we can formulate, the stakeholders will assist us to formulate questions, which we will collate, and on the basis of that, as part of the process, we are still going to meet with the various departments. I think most of the things which you are asking here, I don't know whether we are directing them to the chair for him to do what. Because he won't have answers. So that when we reach at that particular point, we will have been empowered by the stakeholders and the analysis which we will have done, and we can direct our angers and frustrations at the right door. That is what I thought this is what we are busy doing, unless if I'm not understanding what we are busy doing at this current moment. I thought even the questions which were asking the AGs and whatever is to empower us. That is to empower us so that when we reach at that point wherein we are supposed to throw the missiles, we throw them the missiles which are properly sharpened. Thank you.
You got it right, Honorable Chitangana, because what we're doing, because we are the teeth, we're asking for Colgate and what makes teeth strong, milk, so that we are strong. By the time we start to bite, we are empowered, so you are correct. Let me ask my questions, because I think this is a discussion we must have amongst ourselves. The question is, how do we strengthen oversight to ensure things don't happen? So I want to ask my questions unless you want to say something.
Yes, please, Chair.
Yes. It's on.
Oh, okay, I don't see the red.
You just must bring it closer to you.
Okay, Chairperson, I must say this, because I won't feel okay if I don't say it. No, Chairperson, somebody is covering up for somebody here. Mm-hmm. And the other thing is, Chair, is it why that woman had to die? Is it why that decorant woman died because of this? Chair, this is not fair towards the communities or towards the people in the province, because that money that has been stolen there could have made a very, very, very great difference in the province. But people empowered themselves, they enriched themselves, and they didn't care about the people in the hospitals and whatever. That's why that money got lost. Because it's lost. It will never be recovered. Even if the SIU can do what they want, they won't get that money back. Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll debate that at the appropriate time. Let me just ask my questions so that you can help empower us. You know, and this one is, the first two questions are really not directed to you. Only it can be any of your team that can answer. Because sometimes, remember, we are politicians. Some of these accounting terms are misunderstood. And if you don't understand them properly, we might not become the effective teeth that must bite. Impairment. What is the problem with it? What is it and what is the problem? Because it keeps on arising. And then you say it's material impairment. So when we do oversight, what must we look at to ensure? So if you can just explain to us, what is it, how does it arise, what happens, and so what do you suggest? The second one, which keeps on arising, it's about this restatement of corresponding figures. If you can just explain, because for me, I don't think it's a problem, but you seem to be saying it's a problem. So that's why I want you to explain to us what is the issue, what's happening. Why is it a problem? Speak like you are talking to people who are great RR in accounting, because that's what we are. And then you help us move them. So those are the two that I think if you can explain them, it will help us. Now, I just want to make an observation. My understanding is that with the problems you've identified in predetermined objectives, the Portfolio Committee of Health would play a major role in that regard because they assess on a quarterly basis the objectives achieved by the department. It's just, it's not a question to you, I'm just making a statement because the Portfolio Committee is supposed to be here. And later you make recommendations about what the Portfolio Committee must do. It's something that we will discuss ourselves in the Portfolio Committee of Health as to who does what on that. But I just want to find out, now this is a question directed to you. When these recommendations you've made at the end, are the recommendations you are bringing here, so it's the first time that they are made? Or you have communicated them with the department already? I'll tell you why. So that if you have, then our responsibility is to follow up with them. But if you haven't, then it's our responsibility to make sure that they become our recommendations as well, so that you can make the necessary moving forward. Then the other two things. The first one is, yesterday we received reports from the Public Service Commission, from the Public Protector, I think in the main, because the other ones are related to the audit directly. I'm not sure if you were here, but if you were here, do you think some of the things they raised, it's things that you have found here, or you haven't found? The things that the Public Service Commissioner raised, you don't have to mention them, just to say yes or no, that's all, so that when we do our oversight, we're able to link the two. And lastly, it's a matter that I am referring to the committee. You don't have to respond to this one. Seeing, and I think the Health Portfolio Committee could help us. If you look at some of the things that are problematic, they are in hospitals. The question is, isn't that the role of the hospital boards? I don't know. I mean, that's why I'm asking the question. But if it is, shouldn't this Standing Committee on Public Accounts, maybe working with Health Portfolio Committee, also hold those people accountable so that we strengthen our teeth even at that level? But it's something that let's discuss it as we assess the report. Yes, over to you. You can respond to questions because I don't see. Are there more hands? Okay, there are no more hands, so you can respond to the questions.
Thank you, Chair. On the first question on the CETA, this finding is because of the implementation of Oracle SAP at MSD. So the service level agreement actually expired, and then it was left like that, and then subsequent to that they incurred expenditure. So there is a service level agreement in place now. On the impairment, so Chair, if we look at the department, they've got outstanding patient debtors of 3.7 billion on their financial statements. So based on accounting principles, the department then needs to make an assessment in terms of the recoverability of these debts. So they are actually saying that 85% of the debt that we have on our books will not be recoverable. We will just eventually write it off in terms of our policies. So it could be also as a result of a poor credit control, and the record keeping plays a big role. If they don't have proper record keeping, they can't make follow-ups with patients, and it's got a whole ripple effect. So basically, the administration around the patient fees and the receivables is not helping them. I'll hand over to Lynn just to talk to the restatement of corresponding figures. But let me do the AOPO question first. So on the AOPO, so Chairperson, in terms of the quarterly reports that are reviewed by the Portfolio Committee, so based on what we are saying that what health is reporting is not supported by reliable, complete and accurate information. So even the reports that are presented at the Portfolio Committee, the numbers, we do have a few indicators that we didn't have material misstatements, but the majority are either not supported or the numbers that they report is not in accordance with what the evidence tells us. And I think that is also part of a bigger issue. Then in terms of the reports from the Public Service Commission and the Public Protector, there are some of the issues that were referred, like the Charlotte Mteke Hospital, the Anglo Gold Ashanti, those ones. We also have those findings. There are other reports that I saw on the list that are more of an isolated, on a smaller scale. But all the big issues, we've also raised it from our side. Thank you. And then I'll just hand over to Lynn.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good morning, honourable members, Chair and all stakeholders. My name is Lynn Potite. I'm also a Senior Manager at the Office of the Auditor General. I'll try and explain the restatement of corresponding figures as plainly as possible. So when you have a restatement of corresponding figures, it is due to an error that occurred in prior years that weren't identified in prior years. So it can either be positive, seen as positive, or negative. So the reason why it can be positive is that if you identify it in the current year and it relates to prior years, it could mean that the financial controls that weren't in place in prior years were now strengthened, and that error was now identified. However, it can also be negative because if it is year on year that there is somewhere in a note, every time it's just a different one that is wrong last year, then in the next year it's a previous one that's incorrect, then it means that there's an underlying financial control that is not being addressed for all of the components. So plainly, it is an error that was identified in the current year relating to a previous year. It could be an easy type of oversight error. It could also be a technical error. So when the members then look into that specifically, it would also be important to see whether it was a technical matter, because a technical matter has a different skill set. That could be a problem. However, if it wasn't a technical matter, then it's a financial control that was underlyingly a problem. The material impairment. So on a material impairment, under normal circumstances, you expect an asset, let's say you have a chair, to be able to, you can sit on it for the next 10 years, let's say like that. However, an impairment is when you cannot sit on it, let's say after a year or two. So you do not get the value for your money that you wanted. So that is what is the issue with a material impairment. And if you have a look at a large complex, let's say a hospital that isn't functioning, then it's quite a number of millions that you would have expected to last for many years and perhaps a couple of generations. And that is the reason why material impairment for us is such an issue. And it links to the lived realities then also of the citizen that is then impaired. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Kekana.
I just want to ask a question of clarity and excuse my ignorance on this. I just want to understand the audit process properly, because the Department of Health is an umbrella department overseeing a whole lot of hospitals. So I want to understand, when the Auditor General audits the Department of Health, at what point do they go down to the hospitals themselves? Because all the hospitals have got CEOs, they've got structures, they've got, how they run, and there are different levels of hospitals. How then does the Auditor General audit at that level, at the various hospitals, before they can consolidate their report? Thank you.
Okay, also as a follow-up question, I seem not to be clear about how you responded to the recommendations you have, whether you've already communicated them or whether you are giving them to us so that you can take them up.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Sorry. The
Second
recommendations have been communicated to the HOD and management, so they are aware of it. So just to explain, in terms of our audit process, as you know, we follow a risk-based approach, and we use the multi-location approach when we audit, do the audits at hospitals. So there is a process that we follow to identify material locations, and it also factors in the risk. And then we will go to the institutions. We will go and audit the AOPO up to the level of the patient files. We will assess the process that is followed there, the controls, and we will communicate that to the CEOs of the hospital before ultimately consolidating it into the... We will do the same for assets, for revenue, HR, and for supply chain.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other follow-up questions? Okay, thank you. Oh, yes. Sorry, you should raise your hand because I thought you were scratching yourself. Yeah, sure, thank you.
Thanks, Chair. My name is Stone Mukuli from Mukhala City. Chair, you will pardon me. I want the AG, because you've mentioned that they won't be part of our commissions. That is why some of the questions we can as well talk about them now. I want to understand how empowered is the AG's office in terms of enforcing the recoverability, because we can't do it at the level of us as MPEX, but I suppose the AG can do that. And if they are empowered to do that, how many cases can they tell us to say, this is how we did? Because my little knowledge tells me that officials and the AG, they interpret laws differently. Like, for instance, deviation would tell you can deviate to a particular percentage. And this thing will happen from time immemorial. They will do the same thing and laws don't change. So who is fooling who here? Because the official will give you the same report that they gave you last year, and you still give them the same results and nothing changes. So my question is, how empowered is the AG to make sure that these people, they do the right thing and we forget about recycling reports every year? We are recycling reports. The AG give this audit outcome, we give him the very same thing, he give us the very same report. So who's empowering who here so that this report, they must change. They must change, because if they don't change, then the AG might as well store them and retrieve them and give them to the AG, because there's nothing that is happening here. And service delivery has been compromised at the expense of the AG. Officials, they know too much. The AG doesn't know. This game that they are playing, somebody's playing a game here. We need to come to a point of saying, you are empowered, act. If you don't want to act, shift. We move like that. This thing of coming to conferences and repeat the same thing. Next year we'll be here saying the same thing, getting the same reports, no change. So we want material change so that our people can know that somebody cares. Thank you very much.
Okay. Maybe I should assist there. Yeah, they will tell me if I did, because I think it's a political question, so that's why I must assist here. Let's start here. First of all, MPEX and SCOPA are political, members it's a political structure. It's representative of the people. And in that way, it is us who must make sure that things happen. If there's wrongdoing, we must come with systems to ensure that those who are responsible for implementation do implement. I hear your point that you don't have powers. That's the matter we must address. I think it was the matter we were raising earlier. If our oversight system doesn't allow us to intervene, then there's a problem. But if it does, it means the problem is with us as MPEX and SCOPA. So that's the first thing that I think we must address. The second thing is that the Office of the Auditor General, they define themselves, and I think that's even how it's said, they are an enablers of oversight. So they do work to assist us as public accounts committees to do our oversight. So they give us information. They go and check, and then they come and give us information. That information, it's us who must use it to ensure interventions, not them. It's us who must do it. So they've given us the information, we must do something about it. Because of the problems we've had of not doing our work, there's now an amended act, but it's also limited because it's about material irregularity only, and it's telling them what they can do if they find that. So just to put it in a nutshell, their responsibility is not really to make sure that things are happening, except as that part of material irregularity. We are responsible for that. Maybe others can also add, maybe I might have misrepresented facts, but maybe the Office of the AG also can, if there's something you want to add there, so that they don't say I'm defending you or protecting you, or if I lied, just say it. No, that's not true, Chair. This is the truth. What teeth do you have? Why are you not acting?
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think you've correctly stated it. As the Auditor General of South Africa, we are an independent body that comes in and does an independent review of the financial statements and the performance report. The responsibility of change in the departments and entities still lies with the accounting officer, and you've got the executive authority that needs to ensure an accounting officer delivers on what they're mandated to do. So the responsibility still lies with the accounting officer and the executive authority, and then the Chair is correct to say there are oversight bodies like SCOPA and like Impact that has a responsibility of oversight to ensure that there is the necessary intervention to make sure there's change. So that change is dependent on the leadership of departments and entities, the leadership of the province, and not necessarily the responsibility of the Auditor General. If that change doesn't happen and things don't, based on the recommendations that the Auditor General makes, if those recommendations are not implemented, you are right to say we will come back and see the same report each year. But the responsibility doesn't lie on the AG to get that report changed. The environments need to change within. And that's the responsibility of the accounting officer. Our PAA amended powers, gave us powers to ensure that the accounting officer is indeed delivering on their mandate in terms of managing the departments and entities well. And where there are irregularities and where there are losses incurred, is the accounting officer recovering those losses as required by the PFMA. And what we do is, where we do identify that there are material irregularities, we do bring that to the accounting officer's attention, and we have the power to ensure that the accounting officer is implementing appropriate action to recover those losses or to improve the environment to avoid recurring losses in the future. And if that is not done, we then have the power to issue recommendations that needs to be implemented. When it's not implemented, we then can also take remedial action where an accounting officer can be held responsible for actually recovering or having to pay the loss that's been incurred. But that's specifically to a material irregularity that's defined as a material irregularity. But the focus remains on the accounting officer and oversight by the executive authority and all oversight bodies. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Are there further questions? Honorable Kakan?
Chair, lastly, I just want to check with the AG's office if we do have those separate audit reports from the various institutions, the various hospitals, so that those reports can assist the Portfolio Committee of Health to probably zoom into the risk areas or the most affected institutions, so to say. I just want to check if there's such information available, not the consolidated report. Thank you.
Okay, 1, 2. You still have your hand up, Honorable Bernost? Okay, let's start there then.
Thank you, Chair. Again, my name is Raleigh Tlorikika from Wale City. Mine is in relation to where a finding, as per the statement, is that there is underspending, whereas accruals are high. Now, maybe this could be an accounting term, I'm not too sure, but can we be clarified as to what does this project, if not reflecting, contrary to financial management as regulated, because one needs to learn from these terms and going forward, be of assistance to processes dealing with the oversight. Thank you.
Okay, did you want to say something? Okay. There's one other thing, maybe if you can go to your page 6 of the slide that you did, maybe I should get it so that I can tell exactly. I think you're supposed to say there were no, but you didn't say so. But let me just get it, I'll come back to you. But answer those 2 questions.
Okay, in terms of the institutional reports, so when we do the audit at the institutions, we will issue them with a communication of audit findings, which is still on an institutional level. They will have to respond to the findings, and then we will consolidate it into the main report. So we don't have reports per institution. But what I can indicate is that the findings and the weaknesses is very transversal within the department. A very poor control environment, and also lack of reviews, daily and monthly processing of controls are not happening properly, it's not reviewed. It's a very transversal issue. So you can take any of the institutions and you will see similar issues there. If we talk to the underspending, remember I indicated also that they have very high levels of accruals and payables, 6 billion. So the underspending could indicate, if you look at the program 2 that we scoped in, the achievement I think was about 48% on the performance information. So the budget doesn't talk to the achievement. And then if you have to factor in the accruals that they still have to pay for program 2, it could actually be a different picture. They could be sitting on 100% spending, but 48% achievement. So you will have to unpack this to see what really the issue is. Because having said that earlier also, that the achievement that they reported even cannot be supported.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then the point I was referring to, if you check on page 6, I think slide 6 or page 6 of your presentation, you talk of material impairment. I don't know if you can see that. Then the next column is about root causes. I think it says effective and appropriate steps were taken. I think you want to say were not taken. Okay, sure, thanks. Yeah, thank you very much. Shall we move on to the next report? Is the DID, ne? Is it DID? I'm sorry about this, I opened it. Yes, it is, the next one is the Rosen Transport. Rosen Transport. Let me once again welcome the chairpersons who keep on joining us in this session. Thank you.
wasn't prepared. We thought education was coming. Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, committee members, all the officials, and my colleagues. My name is Nogukhanya Vilagazi, and I'm the Senior Manager responsible for Rosen Transport, G-Fleet, and Gautrain Management Agency. I will then start with the audit opinions for the past 5 years for the department and its entities. That colorful picture there, starting with the department, unfortunately in the most recent year, 21-22, the department regressed to a qualification, and it's been sitting on the unqualified with findings for the previous 4 years. G-Fleet was already qualified in the prior year, so they still stagnated on that qualification, whereas if we look into GMA, it's been no findings, which is a clean audit for the past 5 years. And then if we then look into the detail of these audit outcomes, starting with the department, just looking into the audit opinions, I think we have unpacked that, but just to give a bit of detail in terms of what were the areas of qualification at the Department of Roads and Transport. There was a problem with provisions where the retentions were not being accounted for correctly or completely. They were there, but they were not always being disclosed in their financial statements. There was also an issue with the Departmental Revenue where a certain portion of the Departmental Revenue, because as you'd understand, their biggest portion of revenue would be the tax revenue that we all pay, but they also just have small revenue from the sale of other goods and services, but it was material, unfortunately, and there was no supporting documents to substantiate that portion of departmental revenue. There was also an issue with immovable assets, where there were no documents to also support. We would look into things like your proclamations, which we've been provided over the years. You might ask why in the current year we were not provided with those documents, and there were no really alternative procedures. We tried to do alternative procedures, but it did not pass. It was still material, which is then one of the areas that was qualified. There was also an issue with the capital work in progress, same issue with the records, where there was no records to support at which stage those capital assets were at, because you could find that some capital assets are disclosed as work in progress, while if you look into the supporting documents, you discover that it's actually complete and it should move from there. So in the absence of those documents, as an auditor, you remain limited in your scope, because then you can't confirm and conclude on that balance. So those were the issues that led to a qualification in the current year. Chair, the emphasis of matter, I think there was a lot of questions from the members relating to the emphasis of matters. Just to highlight there, when we present the emphasis of matters, we do not necessarily say there is a finding. They are not findings per se, but they are matters that we deem, material that the users of the financial statements might want to know about. So it's not necessarily a finding. If we look into the department, there was a material uncertainty relating to contingent liabilities and also the underspending of a vote. Even though they did underspend in all their 4 votes, the material underspending, we reported on the Program 2 and Program 3 within the department. Then looking into B, the report on predetermined objectives. I think there has been an improvement in the current year. Looking into the past 5 years, I think it's not, they've been having issues. In the current year, there were no material findings for both reliability, usefulness. They did not make any adjustments. I think it's an area of improvement in the department. Looking into compliance with laws and regulations, then in terms of the financial statements, there was a material non-compliance as evidenced by a qualification. Also, there were material non-compliances that were identified on procurement and contract management and also on expenditure management. If we unpack what's sitting on that expenditure management, it would be the failure to prevent the irregular expenditure by the accounting officer, the failure to prevent fruitless expenditure also. You will see those as I unpack them further in the document. And also there was an issue where the department paid for the bus contractors not in line with the SLA, which then resulted in another material non-compliance with expenditure management. That was the department. Then if we unpack GFleet, in terms of the qualification, the entity is having issues with their property, plant, and equipment, similar to prior year. The prior year, they did have an issue with the motor vehicles. They also had an issue with the work in progress. In the current year, the issue with the work in progress was resolved, but the vehicles, motor vehicles, continued to be a problem. And then resulted in a qualification. There was a new issue which is coming from the motor vehicles, but then it affects the prepaid expenses where the accounting was not done in line with the accounting standards. In terms of the emphasis of matter, it is that restatement of corresponding figures, as Lynn has explained to the committee. So that is what we are emphasizing for the trading entity. In terms of the predetermined objectives, they continued to be problems at the trading entity. There were material findings on reliability, which means with the information that we audited, we could not really verify either validity, accuracy, on completeness of that reported performance information. There were also issues on the usefulness, looking into issues like your SMART criteria. So this, if you look into the history, this has been a problem in the entity. However, there's been a regression in the current year because if you compare to the previous year, the number of indicators has actually increased in the current year. 3 out of the 6 indicators that we selected, they were materially misstated. And if you look into the nature of the indicators that were materially misstated, it's unfortunately the ones that talk to the core mandate of the entity itself. So there has been it's been an area of regression there. With performance information at GFleet. Looking to compliance with specific laws and regulations, similar to the department, there was a material non-compliance on financial statements, which talks to the qualification. There has been an improvement with expenditure management, which has been there for the past 4 years, the issue of 30 days. They did fix it in the current year. However, there is a new issue on consequence management. I think it was the Office of the Provincial Treasury, I can't remember, as they were presenting yesterday and talking about the request for the condonations and also the processes relating to fruitless and irregular. And I could see GFleet wasn't there, and this is what caused the non-compliance because there was no investigations that were started relating to the irregular expenditure and fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the previous year. Okay, moving on to GMA. At Gautrain, I think the audit opinion continued to be financially unqualified, no issues. There were no material misstatements that were picked up on their predetermined objectives and also with their compliance. So just further unpacking the qualification paragraphs, starting with the department, I think like I did touch on it at the beginning, that there was an issue with the retention provision that was not complete. Also the issue of the department not having sufficient evidence for the movable assets, for the departmental revenue, and for the capital work in progress. G-Fleet, also I did touch a bit onto it in terms of those material findings there, which then the motor vehicles, which were not properly accounted for, also touching into the issue of the prepaid expense, which wasn't there because it was incorrectly capitalized into assets. So it's just the application of GRAP 17, the standard there. Also, there was an issue where the cars, some of the motor vehicles were not presented for us for physical verification, and that then was material when it was projected, and it was over 60 million, and that is a projection. So we selected a sample, then we extrapolated, and 60 million worth of that, the cars were not presented for verification. Also, the issue of the accumulated depreciation, that one speaks to errors, which then it's just the application of that GRAP 17, the asset standard. In terms of GMA, yeah, I think there was really nothing, since there was no, they were not qualified. If we further look into the emphasis of matters, for the department, there is an issue of contingent liabilities, like I think I did touch on it previously, and also just bringing the figures in terms of when we say there was a material underspending on a vote, how much exactly. You can see for program 2, which is the underspending there was 143 million, and for program 3, which is the program that we scoped in for the audit of predetermined objectives, it was 573 million there. G-Fleet, we emphasized one matter relating to the corresponding figures. For Gautrain, we also did have 2 matters that we are emphasizing. One, we are emphasizing the issue of contingent liabilities, and also the issue of the patronage guarantee, which keeps increasing year on year. I think it was further made worse by the pandemic, as there was a reduction, in the usage of the trains and also the buses. So that matter remains an important matter. However, I think, like I did explain at the beginning, with these matters, we not really have findings, so that there is no confusion to say they are clean, but you have this emphasis of matters. These are matters that we deem important and material. Looking into the report of compliance with legislation, so I'll touch into all 3. Okay, so because I did mention that at Gautrain there was no material non-compliance, so I will be touching on G-Fleet and DRT where it is applicable. We have spoken about the annual financial statements. Both DRT and G-Fleet are qualified, so there was that material non-compliance there. In terms of the expenditure management at DRT, there was one where effective and appropriate steps were not taken to prevent irregular expenditure. I think we are aware, as has been presented also yesterday by our other colleagues, the issue of the bus subsidy continues. We know about the legacy, but there are also other issues which I will further unpack as I go through the department presentation on what is sitting on that irregular expenditure. There was also a material non-compliance for fruitless and wasteful expenditure that was not prevented by the accounting officer. Also at DRT, where the resources of department were not utilized accordingly, where they paid outside of, not in line with the SLA. That then takes us to the end of expenditure management. Then also the other areas of material non-compliance were on procurement and contract management, where, there were instances where quotations were accepted from suppliers who did not submit a declaration on whether they are employed by the state or connected to any person. There were also instances where some invitation to tender for procurement of commodities designated for local content did not stipulate, the minimum threshold for local production. There were also instances where commodities designated for local content and production were procured from suppliers who did not submit a declaration on local production and content. And also in this local content, there were also issues where goods were procured from suppliers who did not meet the prescribed minimum threshold for local production. So I think three of the paragraphs you can see they relate to local content. The other issue that was there with procurement at DRT, we were not able to, so the issue of records, I think you can see from the financial statements, it's still prevalent also with the compliance, because we were not provided information which proves that suppliers' tax matters, were in order. So there was a limitation. It's an issue of records, which was there even in the prior year. I think this one is a repeat. Also, the issue of procurement and contract management continued with where quotations were awarded to bidders based on points given for criteria that were stipulated in the original invitation, so there were inconsistencies there. And then also another issue that was there with procurement and contract management is also the issue of records, where we did not get evidence that the quotations were awarded to bidders based on pre-qualification criteria that were stipulated in the original invitation. At GFLIT, then there was an issue of consequence management, where there was no steps really taken to investigate the prior year's fruitless and irregular expenditure. In terms of the predetermined objectives, we did not really highlight a lot on the department, because the department did not have any material findings on predetermined objectives, and also GMA did not. So you would see here that all we said is we are commending both the department and the entity, and in terms of submitting performance reports that were free from material misstatements. The only issue we are highlighting is GFLIT. I think we've spoken about the 3 indicators that were materially misstated for the trading entity. And then we move on to the irregular expenditure, the fruitless, starting with DRT there. So it's big numbers, 2.4 billion. But majority of that, I think, as the committee would be aware, it's coming from the legacy contract for the buses, which will continue to be there, I think, until that issue has been sorted in terms of the department going out to tender again and get, a new process in place, and hopefully that then will comply with the prescribed, regulations. But looking into what else is sitting on that irregular expenditure, we do have suppliers that did not submit SDP forms of just over 1 million, where evidence was not submitted for the tax status. The invitations did not specify minimum threshold relating to commodities designated for local content. Winning supplier did not submit SDP 6 forms, where also winning suppliers did not meet minimum threshold for local production. There were issues of splitting of quotations. to avoid going out on tender, and there was inconsistencies in the evaluation process of about 18 million. And that 18 million relates to the new K46 tender that was concluded in the previous year, not the old one. So what we think can be done to prevent, because preventative is key, but also to rectify the irregular expenditure. So we are aware majority is a legacy issue. I think I've touched to that briefly, Chair, to say until that matter is resolved, unfortunately, this one I think will continue to persist. But on the other matters, it's just a matter of really going back to basics and making sure that the department really complies with the applicable laws and regulations. Looking into the fruitless and wasteful expenditure at that department, which significantly increased in the 2022 year, from about 68 million to 215 million, majority of it coming from the old K46 project, because all, that project, all the money was spent there of about 215 million, and that the department has done some work, and they have confirmed that due to the passage of time, all the elements being exposed and all of that, they will not be able to use majority of that project going forward. There is a new contractor on site. I think I did speak to the 18 million at the top, because then there is a new contractor that is continuing on that, but the old contractor, all the spending that the department incurred, they have then disclosed it as fruitless and wasteful in the current year. There is also about 68 million, which is coming from court orders. I think I did see it in one of the presentations yesterday in terms of the contracts that were terminated previously, and all those contractors, SMMEs, and all of them, they are now coming, and they have taken the department to court. They have won. I think this one was an ongoing matter, department trying to also defend it, but unfortunately the department lost, and they had to pay the 68 million, part of it being interest that has been incurred. But however, with the interest, and which is different to what my colleague was presenting on their audit, on the moment the court, said the department needed to pay, the department did pay within 30 days. So they did not further take more time. So the interest just comes from the period when they were trying to also defend their case in this regard. And then there was also about 300,000 that is then the department incurred in terms of interest and penalties. So if we look into G-Fleet in terms of irregular and fruitless and wasteful expenditure, it's not a lot. Okay, I'll start with the department. I think I've just done the department. You can see there's been an increase there, and the increase is mainly driven by the bus that transfers, because it was higher in the current year, and also the other instances that I have spoken to. If we look into G-Fleet, it's a slight increase in their irregular expenditure. The issue with G-Fleet is just the opening balance. That irregular has been sitting there for many years. Nothing has been done about it. I think it's high time that the irregular expenditure at G-Fleet is dealt with, so that they can also just show their picture, a realistic picture, because I think the increase is about 400,000, which relates to the extension of their East London offices. And during the audit, we were informed that that issue has been resolved. We don't know. We will see as we go there next year. But it's mostly the opening balance that is sitting there. If you look into, we didn't even do a slide on fruitless, because no fruitless and wasteful expenditure was incurred in the current year at G-Fleet. They did actually maybe it's a mispresentation. They did incur just about 500,000 due to an employee that was paid while they had absconded, but they recovered it. So it came in and out. There's really no fruitless in the current year. I think the management just needs to deal with the opening balance on that irregular expenditure at the trading entity. This is a further breakdown of the irregular expenditure that I have already explained. So without repeating myself, I will skip that slide. We do note that the bus subsidy irregular expenditure keeps being condoned by Treasury. I think you also might ask, if it's condoned, why do they keep disclosing it? There is a condition also on the letter from the HOD Treasury to say the department needs to keep disclosing it, but it keeps being condoned year on year. So that one it was also happened in the current year. At GFleet, I think there is about the 400,000 I was talking to, which is the current year irregular that was incurred. It's only 447,000, which relates to the current year, relating to then the East London office space. And in terms of the fruitless, I think I have spoken to the fruitless. At DRT and also GFleet, you can see if you compare last year and the current year, the fruitless remains the same. Same issue as irregular. The trading entity needs to deal with the opening balances and deal with the older issues relating to fruitless. Material irregularities, both DRT and GFleet, we're implementing at this moment. There are no confirmed material irregularities at both entities and also at GMA, so we don't have any at this stage. I think 2.8, these are just other matters, but I have already alluded to them because they just highlight the regressions and audit outcomes and all of that. And this is the status of internal controls. You can see our hope is that the department will change and the trading entity will turn around those red and yellows to greens, just like their entity there, GMA, which has all greens. The recommendations, Chair, similar to my colleague that presented before me, they have been discussed with all the relevant stakeholders. They are aware of the recommendations from the AG, and I think just the recommendation from us to SCOPA is to please follow up with the department regarding the irregular expenditure, and also the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, just to make sure that there are consequences where necessary. I think that is just one recommendation I would like to leave with the committee. With that said, thank you. That's it.
It's not going to be easy for me to forget your name, Nokukanya, because my firstborn is also Nokukanya, so it's not going to be easier. Thank you very much. Any comments, questions? Honorable Randall, Honorable Schneemann? Yes, Honorable Randall.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think my question will also relate to what Refiwe, you asked earlier about the depots here. I want to ask the Auditor General if they're aware of the war rooms that's been established to assist departments with specific issues, and whether they've interrogated some of these war rooms and the contributions they've made in terms of addressing some of these persistent problems in a department. And if not, if it's outside their mandate, I think it's just for us, it's for me crucial to hear. Also, the state attorney, in terms of lawsuits for this department, have you been, engaging the state attorney or working with them when you do your audit in terms of the lawsuits for the department, Chair? Then Late last year, beginning of the year, we heard that this department, out of the 27 audit action plans, they've implemented 21. Now we see here again. So I'm questioning the value of the implementation and the effectiveness if we see the exact same things appearing again. So 21 out of 27 action plans the department promised us fully implemented. So I'm seriously doubting that now. Chair, and then in terms of, and I even wanted to say it earlier with the previous presentation. So in National Treasury has got a monitoring report every quarter with regards to expansions and deviations of tenders, of projects. Why don't we have it in the province? Why can we not, as SCOPA, ask for going forward? It's just a suggestion. I just wanted to mention it before I forget it. They've got the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer in National Treasury. We don't have something in the province, and I think it's crucial for SCOPA to play its oversight role that we also receive a quarterly report on all the entities in the department's deviation and expansion reports, because it might be indicative of poor procurement planning. It might be indicative of poor basic service delivery at the end of the day. And I think that's something that if going forward, we just need to make a note and start getting these quarterly reports as what National Treasury is presenting on their website, and then get GPT involved in terms of which ones did they approve, because obviously that department, according to me, should also then submit it to the Treasury Department to get approval or not, and then take it from there. And we don't see that. We hear of deviations and that in the audit reports, but throughout the year we could have picked up a red flag and we could have intervened. That's just something that I wanted to share. Thank you.
Yeah, let's agree that last part question, I hope our support team is noting it, because it's one recommendation we must make to Treasury. Yeah, I think it's important to note it. I hope it won't be lost in the process. It's a very good suggestion. Honorable Schneemann.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks very much to the Office of the Auditor General as well. Just a couple of points that I just want to raise, or one or two points, but my questions in the main. I think it's a bit, the presentation is quite worrying, because it seems like that the department is possibly starting to go on a downward spiral, and one would want to get an indication from the Office of the Auditor General whether is this just a blip on the radar screen, or in their opinion, or in their view, should I say, is this something that we've got to try and arrest as a matter of urgency before it gets out of control? So that's the first thing that I wanted to raise. I won't talk about the UIFW expenditure, the 2.4 billion, because of the issue of the bus contracts. And that's a matter that I think most people or colleagues would be aware that the re-awarding of those bus contracts were stopped by the National Department of Transport, and I think that's what the Office of the Auditor General was referring to. However, my question really is, in terms of the Department of Roads and Transport, in terms of G-Fleet, the department certainly seems to be regressing. G-Fleet doesn't seem to be changing at all. And the note I made is they seem to be stuck. They're just not able to get out of the problems that they're in. So I think the question to the Office of the Auditor General would really be, what, in their view, what is the real problem? Is the problem a lack of leadership? Or is the problem a lack of skills? Now, I raise the issue of leadership, and I talk about leadership in the administration because we've had a change of HOD. So the previous HOD left, I think it was early in the year, January, thereabouts, and a new HOD has come in. So, and I guess with a new HOD coming in, there wouldn't have been time to change things so drastically in about 2-3 months. So in the HOD's interaction, or not the Office of the Auditor General's interaction with the department, going forward, do they think that the required skills are there and that we should start to see changes? Or is it something that really needs a lot more attention? But if I listen to their presentation, there are a lot of things that just keep happening. Repeat findings, repeat occurrences that don't seem to be changing. And in their view, again, is that an issue of skills that are lacking in the department? Or is it just a blatant disregard for regulations and compliance? My last point is on GMA, Gautrain Management Agency. Their audit opinion, their audit is clean. We're told there's nothing to worry about. Is that really the case? Are there things that are not being reported? I ask this question because it's come up in our committee a couple of times. Committee members have asked this question. Is it possible that this is just too good to be true? Or is it a fact that the GMA has been able to put all everything has been put in place correctly, the right leadership, the right skills, etc.? And another question we've asked before is, if the GMA is doing so well, shouldn't the department be starting to look to the GMA more for a transfer of skills? They've obviously got the expertise right, if it's correct. Can they not play a bigger role in trying to help the department and G Fleet turn themselves around? I think those are the points. As a committee, obviously, we will drill into these things, but I must say it is worrying. My last question, if I may ask, just quickly, on the K46, Office of the Auditor General referred to that a few times. I want to check with the Office of the Auditor General. Is there anything that's been picked up with a new contractor on the K46? Something I heard the other day. Are they aware of any finding on the new contract on the K46? Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Schneemann is the chairperson of the Rosen Transport Portfolio Committee. Any other, and I think that other is the question. I think it was a comment or suggestion you were making about Gautrain Management Agency being an example, and therefore it's something that we must discuss. I don't think that the AG will be able to respond to that, but it's something that we must look at as proposals moving forward. Okay, any other comments or questions? Okay, if not, over to you, Nokukanya. Yeah, you see, I still remember your name. Yes.
Thank you for those questions, honorable members. In terms of the war rooms, yes, I think your latest statement, honorable member, it's not really as part of the mandates to go. However, I think as our acting business unit leader, Melissa, alluded yesterday to say, we are really deepening our insights as the office, just to make sure that as we are auditing it, we go beyond the numbers and we really look into the impact on the citizens based on the numbers that we are auditing. So it is forums that we are starting to get closer to, even though we're not going to be reporting on them, but just for that extra insights that we can gather. Also on our engagements with the MEC and the HOD, they have extended an offer to invite us to some of them during the year, even if it's outside the audit period, just so we can get closer to the things that are also happening at the department. So that is on our radar. State attorney, we actually do interact with the state attorney because we need them to also confirm in terms of what the department has disclosed in their financial statements, so we do liaise with the state attorney. In terms of the action plans, I think the result speaks for themselves, because had those been addressed 100%, then we would have been seeing a different, a different picture in terms of the audit outcomes of the department. And I think this links to the question that the chair of the portfolio committee has raised in terms of just seeing that regression at the department. It is there, and like I think I did mention as I was doing the presentation, where findings are really repeat from prior year, which talks to the slow response. There is just that slow response from management to make sure that issues that have already been discussed, they are attended to in a timely manner, so the response seems to be very slow. But I wouldn't say there is an issue of skills. I think the officials we work with, they are skilled officials, they are experienced, they've got the right qualifications. One of the things I can mention, which is at both DRT and GFLIT, is one, the issue of their organizational structure. That is outdated. I think it's the PSC that also spoke to it. We've been talking about this. I think it's one of the priorities of the MSC based on the engagements I've had with him, and also the new HOD, that needs to be fixed, because when they continue to operate with an outdated structure, they might not be operating at the right capacity, that level of support, there might be a misalignment. So with that, there are also the issue of vacancies at senior management level. I think DRT has tried in the previous year. It has improved compared to the prior year. However, at GFLIT, the issue of vacancies continue to be a problem. And when there are vacancies, then it takes away from that, because they need to make sure that there is a level that is there to make sure they prepare, credible reports, they perform those monthly checks and balances and reconciliations, and there must be another level to review. And once there are vacancies, then some levels get compromised, which then transpire to the results like this. So it's mostly the issue of vacancies. I think that needs to be attended to. That organizational structure issue needs to be attended to. I think that is what I can talk to for now in terms of those root causes, the vacancies and the slow response. And also, I think at DRT more, because we saw there is a lot of issues with compliance, especially relating to supply chain management. I think yesterday's presentation also, where they had a slide on the vacancies, you could see at DRT there was that vacancy for a senior manager on supply chain. So those things, I think it's the matters that need to be attended to quite urgently and hope to see a better audit outcome. In terms of GMA, Chairperson, I think according to the work that we have done over the years, GMA is producing credible financial and performance reports, and also they are complying with the relevant laws and regulations. We really have not picked up any issues, and I think just one of their best practices, it's just those levels of assurance providers that are just there and providing, what is needed from their side. So yes, the audit outcomes there, they are as it seems. When you go into the environment, it is exactly like that. Yes, in terms of the collaboration, thank you, Chair, SCOPA Chair. I think that one is not for me. And for the new K46, so Chair, one of the material non-compliances with the 18 million irregular expenditure, that one relates to the new K46, because based on the audit, there were inconsistencies that were material that were picked up by the audit, and it suggested that the winning provider, the winning service provider, it could not have been the right one. So the new one, yes, already has issues. I think that is it. I'm happy to continue if I did not cover any. Thank you.
Okay, any follow-up questions? Maybe just on my part, and it's not really directed to Rosen Transport only. I think it applies to all, and so any of your team can answer, Melissa. I see that when you do your assessment, where you say leadership, then you say, amongst others, you say oversight. You assess if oversight is effective. Now, does that include us or exclude us? When I say us, I mean Public Accounts Committee, or it's just about what's happening in the department?
Thank you, Chair. Just to get it correctly, Chair, you're referring to the internal control paragraphs
Yes.
that we usually report on. So that's at accounting officer level.
Okay.
So it's the leadership within the administrative leadership in the department and entity.
So oversight, what is it referring to?
So it's the accounting officer's oversight. So they also have an oversight role in terms of running the department. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Schneemann, do you still want to follow up? Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Let me just thank Honorable Schneemann for being here. I'm raising this because I'm referring also to all chairpersons. When you have your committee meetings, you can still invite the Office of the AG to come and brief you as well. They are more than willing to do so. And also to say that there are a number of things that we identify as SCOPA, which we think will be better or monitored, or the people who can do better oversight on them would be the committee. So we would normally refer those or have a collaboration and work on them. So, Honorable Schneemann, if you want to leave, now that you've done it, you can, but if you want to stay, you can still stay, there's no problem. Let's take a break for 15 minutes. It's 11:07. Let's be back at 11:25. Then we'll take sports, recreation, arts and culture and the relevant, There's no entity there, so it's just REC. Thank you very much. 15 minutes, 25. In fact, it's not 15, it's 19 minutes. How many? 18 minutes, yeah. Thank you very much. Let's now welcome the presentation on the Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture. Yes, Sports, Recreation, Arts and Culture. Office of the AG. Yes, let me clarify something. Melissa is not here. We've swapped some of the presentations because there's a meeting that is taking place this afternoon which wants all the chairpersons. So we want to deal with the chairpersons who are here so that they can leave for that meeting. But education and social development will be towards the end because the two chairpersons are part of this committee, so they are not going to go to that meeting. So I thought I should clarify that.
Thank you very much. Good morning again to everyone, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, all the stakeholders, as well as the Office of the Auditor General. My name is Lynn Potite, and I am a Senior Manager in the Office of the AGSA. I'm responsible for the Departments of Sport, Arts, Culture and Recreation, as well as the Gauteng Film Commission. If we have a look at the 5-year history for the two entities, if we start with the department, you will see that we have an unqualified opinion with findings on AOPO as well as compliance, and that has been stagnant for the past 5 years. When we look at the Gauteng Film Commission, it has been a clean opinion for the past 5 years. It must be mentioned that the Gauteng Film Commission is a non-profit organization or non-profit company, and therefore it does not fall within the ambit of the PFMA. Hence, the AOPO part is then not audited specifically. We do audit the information going into the AOPO and the annual performance report, however, we do not express an opinion on it. If we then go over and look at the 5-year evaluation regarding the emphasis of matters, and the reason why we would like to focus on that is that it is an unqualified opinion for the Department of Sport. The one key aspect for this department that has been a concern for the past 5 years is the material underspending of the annual appropriation. For the current year that has just passed, this underspending amounted to 295 million. The year before that, it was 160 million. The year before that, 91 million. The year before that, 126 million. And the year before that, 52 million. So clearly a trend within the department. One of the key factors there is the vacancy rate. The vacancy rate for the department has year on year increased. And it increased from the prior year's 29%, when we indicated that it is already concerning, to 36% in the next financial year. One key position that was filled during the year under review to the latter part was the Director of Supply Chain Management, which is a very good filling of a position because that was a key concern for the department in the past. If you look at the other emphasis of matters, you can clearly see it has not been a problem in the past. The item that is, however, a concern is the material underspending. When we look at the audit or the report on predetermined objectives, this is the information that goes into the annual performance report. Here it is a different message that we are painting. 5 years ago, the department did not have any findings in the audit report, and it was the last time. Thereafter, there were material limitations on Program 4. The year thereafter, there was one item that could not be audited in Program 3. The year before this year that we are reporting on, there were quite a number of material limitations and misstatements, and the department then went on to a specific method to try and reduce the number of those findings. they did do that, and there was only one material limitation left for the current financial year that we've audited. The key issue is, however, the adjustments of the material misstatements, and you can see that for the past 5 years that has been there. Again, there are vacancies within these programs. There is quite a number of employees that have to really try and collect and collate during the year, and that is definitely a key concern. With regards to the compliance with the specific laws and regulations, there are 3 aspects that have been recurring for a number of years. The first is the procurement and contract management, specifically with regards to the contracts above 500,000 and then more recently 1 million rand, that doesn't go out on the tender processes. The expenditure management relate directly to the non-compliance of the irregular expenditure that is being incurred. The department is identifying themselves, and then also consequence management. So in the prior years, quite a bit of a mixed bag. When we look at the consequence management, the department was able to address the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. They are implementing consequence management, and they are taking action as well where they need to do that. When you look at the irregular expenditure, however, over the years there has been investigations. However, not all of the irregular expenditure has been investigated. And then especially in the prior financial year, those investigations have not been commenced yet for the majority of the irregular expenditure. In the year under review, we have identified a new non-compliance paragraph on transfer of funds, and this is where the department transfers certain funds to entities to ensure that they utilize the funds for the intended purposes. When we audited whether the monitoring controls are taking place, for 22% of our sample, we identified that those monitoring checklists and visits, there was no evidence that it took place. So that is then a new concern that has come on board for this specific financial year. When we look at the Gauteng Film Commission, the non-profit company, here is a clean opinion. If we look at the emphasis of matter paragraphs for the past 2 years, there have been none. And you can clearly see the trend there where when we do identify something in the audit, during that audit process already, the entity does try and prove to us the controls that are implementing. And if they cannot clear the finding immediately, they really do try to clear it in the next year. When we get to the internal controls, I'll just give you another example of that as well. So I have covered all of these items. So if we look at the AOPO, we have audited program 3. Of the 21 indicators that's in the program, only 3 was not achieved. I think that's also a positive for the department, considering the vacancies, considering the fact that they have 295 million rands of underspending. They are still trying to achieve what they set out to do. And the 3 items that they were not able to then address or achieve in the current year was, the first one was that the new library is under construction. The initiation reports were received from DID. However, it was not approved yet by the Department of Sport by the end of 2021-2022. Then the department also planned to establish 2 hospital clinic libraries during Q4. However, a service provider was not appointed to purchase the library equipment and learning material as at the end of 2021-2022. And then the last one was regarding the department not being able to financially support the planned 14 non-profit organizations, as a project was not approved as yet for the year. So those are the 3 aspects that they could not achieve. When we look at the item that is then reported in our audit report as a concern with regards to the AOPO, it is regarding the overdrive. So the overdrive is if you look at COVID specifically, it was a positive implementation to ensure that the citizens out there have a platform, an electronic platform, to actually go and utilize it and have information readily available at their fingertips. So what we've identified when we tried to audit the number of citizens that accessed this specific overdrive system for the year, the software license expired. So in the previous year, we had concerns with the overdrive due to the information produced by the system was questioned by our audit team. However, in the next year, this year that we audited, we could not confirm whether those controls were then corrected because the software license expired and it meant that we could not gain access to that specific account. Then also means that other people would not be able to gain access to it. When we then have a look at the irregular expenditure, there is a positive story as well as a story that is currently undergoing. The positive story is that the irregular expenditure year on year actually decreased. In the previous year, the department incurred 12.7 million of irregular expenditure. That dropped down to 6.4%. And the processes that the department tried to avoid irregular expenditure, you can see that it's starting to yield some results. However, during this specific audit, we also identified 2 contracts where there's potential non-compliance. And the department is currently evaluating whether it is non-compliance and then also whether there's a related irregular expenditure. And that is in terms of the framework and it is applied. So that total amount amounts to 56 million rand. So the one relates to a National Lottery Commission contract or panel of suppliers that the department then utilized. And they are of the opinion that it is a contract and they can utilize it. However, in terms of a technical matter, there is then a disagreement with the audit team. Hence, it is then a matter that they've also reported to Treasury, and to National Treasury will then also provide input into that item. The other portion, the second contract, relates to the Women's Living Heritage Monument, an item that I will stand on a bit more longer. So initially, this specific project was, or stage 2, was budgeted to be 151 million rand. However, subsequently, it was increased to 180. I've documented it, 181 million rand. So the problem that we identified is that it was still within the 20% variation rule, but it exceeded the 20 million rand variation limit. So we are currently looking for the pre-approval from Treasury for that to be exceeding that 20 million threshold. So it does comply, or the Act does allow for that. However, the pre-approval is still being sought. So that is the 2 aspects that make up the 56 million. When we look at the fruitless and wasteful expenditure for the department, and year on year, they've really tried to curb this, and it isn't even close to materiality. It was 170 million in the prior year, it's 7 million in this year, and a 77 million relates to interest that was incurred. The department is really trying to reduce the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and you can see with the trend, hopefully, very soon they will be able to have 0 fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Just to highlight on this slide, the reason for the main reason for the 6.4 million rand of irregular expenditure in the current year is non-compliance to the supply chain management processes. The irregular appointments have decreased quite significantly from the previous year to the current year. Currently, there's no condemnation that has taken place on the old irregular expenditure that exists within the system. The department was also part of our PAA implementation for the current year, where we had a look at the non-compliance and the possible material irregularities contained within that. For the current year, we have not identified any material irregularities in this department. Of course, after the assessments have taken place, we will reconsider whether there is any potential financial losses. When we then have a look at our overall message, I've covered the National Lottery Commission as well as the Women's Monument. However, there's one aspect that I would like to bring to the forward, and the fact is that this Women's Monument was planned and it commenced stage 2 already on the 24th of April 2014, and it was initially planned to be finalized on the 6th of August 2018, and we are sitting in 2022. And the reason was for this monument was to commemorate the story of women's contribution to the liberation struggle. The monument also includes a leadership development and training center, as well as dedicated walls for murals, artworks, and artifacts that tell the story of women's struggles. none of which can currently be used or visited by the community, as the project has not yet been commissioned and is not yet in use. And there are reasons for that as well, and the department is well aware, and they are trying, but I will provide you with those reasons on why there has been an extension of that. So, however, that's a key matter that we believe that between the Department of DID and Sport, they would need to sit together and sort the matter out so that we can then be able to visit that specific monument. When we visited with the MEC, just before we signed off the audit report, we also tested whether the message is the correct message. And the MEC also provided us with specific commitments. She provided us with commitments about supply chain management, budget management that links directly to the underspending, performance information, which is the continued year-on-year concerns that we have in the audit of the annual performance report, the investigations of irregular expenditure, consequence management, as well as the vacancy rate. So those specific aspects, she has provided us with the commitments, and she has indicated that the department do plan to have those matters resolved by 31 March 2023. If we just high level have a look at the internal controls, you can see that the Department of Sport, the HR management is red, that's the vacancies. The action plans is red because year on year it is similar matters that reoccur. Reporting relates to the annual performance report reporting that is still included in the audit report, and the compliance are then those 4 compliance matters included in the audit report. If you look at Gauteng Film Commission, you will see that it is green, except for one aspect that's under compliance. This compliance is not material non-compliance. It's actually very light. If you compare it to the Department of Sport, it's 2 matters of which one relates to the organogram. That organogram was then already approved, and we're already looking forward to having that one finding resolved in the next financial year. And that is perhaps a key aspect that other entities could also consider by taking these findings that we have in the recommendations already, starting with the implementation, so that we already know when we sign off the audit report, this next year we anticipate that these findings will resolve. It's very nice for me as an auditor, because you actually look forward to the audit as well and expect improvement. On the recommendations, it is very much similar to the prior years. I have documented them there. Key concerns remain the fact that tender processes needs to be performed by the department. They haven't gone out on tender for the past 3 years. It is a concern. It is important that consequence management is taking place, that investigations are being performed. The new non-compliance of the transfer of funds, that the reason and the root cause therefore identified and resolved, so that they can get that paragraph out again. And then when we look at the annual performance report, to ensure that the controls and the listings are there, the main supporting items, to ensure that there's improvement as well. With regards to the financial statements, no material misstatements in the current year. Again, a positive for 2 consecutive years, and that also, even though the position of acting CFO was vacant for a number of years, it's now recently been filled. It does provide that the financial department does have the necessary skills to produce a quality set of financial statements. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you. I can see the chair is really urging to ask a question. I haven't opened for questions yet, but now I'm opening for questions. Honorable Randall, Honorable Macheke, Honorable Delange. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. Chair, my interest would again be in terms of IT controls. We did note in previous years that there was issues and some root causes with regards to user access rights, and the department that didn't follow up with eGov on the requirements for reviewing user access rights, security patches, etc. Maybe just a brief summary of what the Auditor General found here. I see it's yellow, so it's still not green, but it looks like there was an improvement. Chair, then in terms of Emilia Potgieter, she's also from the AG, or was it previous years that she presented? I made a note here of your name, and we spoke about the delays mostly caused by local business forums. It seems like that was an excuse or something used to prevent the spending of their budgets, whether that was still an issue that was raised. And then, Chair, was there any SIU investigations that was happening in the year under review or for audit? Because we also heard previously that some reports disappeared and they couldn't, use some of that information to finalize the audit. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Macheke.
No, thank you very much, Chair, and thanks to the presenter on the report. Chair, I must indicate that I was speaking to Chair of Social Development, and she was saying to me, it seems as if there is an improvement. And I said to her, possibly on paper. It looks like there is an improvement. But I must indicate that we note, Chair, that on material underspending, I mean, for the past 5 financial years, the department have been struggling on their annual appropriation. And this has been a continuous finding from the Auditor General. And I also looked at what they would have recommended to the department. And I want to find out that based on their own recommendations, I mean, for the past 5 financial years, consistently, same finding. And year in, year out is getting worse. Previous financial year, 96 million. Current financial year, 200 and odd million. In their own observations as the Auditor General, are they picking up that what they are recommending has been implemented by the department? That's on the first one. We also know the improvement on the restatement of corresponding figures and on contingent liabilities and subsequent events. We also note, like what the Chair would have indicated, a bit of improvements, but there is a regression on transfer of funds, like she indicated. Previously, there was no finding. Now there is a finding on transfer of funds. And I must indicate, Chair, that we find this very interesting as a portfolio committee. Because in our engagement, because when I arrived, I think you were dealing with health, and there was a question as to what then is our responsibility as elected public representatives to hold departments accountable. And I'm raising this because of the issue of the transfer of funds, especially to NPOs. As a portfolio committee, for the past, Member Tsitangan, for the past 3 financial years, we've been recommending to the department that they need to relook at how they transfer funds to NPOs, precisely because the department does not, Ms. Potgieter, does not follow the money. They transfer to different NPOs, but at the end of the day, it seems like either they don't follow their MOUs or the SLA to a level where they will then understand what could have happened to the funds that they've transferred to those particular NPOs. And hence, you'll find a situation where there are findings as it relates to transfer. And I know that she's making reference specifically to NPOs. And we've even made a recommendation that there is one NPO aligned to the National Sports and Recreation Plan. Its existence derives itself from the National Sports and Recreation Plan. It therefore means it's legislated. And we are asking why the department continuously does not use that particular NPO because of its mandate derives itself from a policy of our own government. And maybe the Auditor General, going back to the department, they will also want to find out why they are not necessarily using that particular NPO so that there are checks and balances and there's monitoring and evaluation of the millions that they are transferred directly to those particular NPOs. And I'm more interested, Chair, on the irregular expenditure, and I've heard her trying to explain the part of the Women Living Heritage Monument. And I wanted to find out from her whether the department, because I see the reasons that she has given there, it's non-compliance of Treasury Instruction 3. And she's making a point to say regarding extensions above threshold in a construction contract. Now, she also gave a narrative of where this project comes from. It was the time when I was still even an official in the department, Chair, 2014. And that monument was officially opened by the president. It means the construction component was completed. Now, I want to find out from her whether is she maybe in her own investigation, is the department making reference to the contract closeout amount, or whether are they making a reference to the construction? Because where I'm seated, what is outstanding with that particular monument is the heritage component, where there is a dispute between the service provider and the department on the outstanding statues for the women that participated in the 1956 march. Hence, because it's a heritage monument, therefore you can't open a heritage monument without the heritage component. It does not serve its purpose. But I have a bit of a difficulty when she makes reference to a construction contract. And then this 37.9 million of irregular expenditure. And she made reference that the department is participating on another contract of another organ of state, and they are under assessment. Is it possible that, I know that we've requested this information before, is it possible that she can share those contracts with the portfolio committee? I'm raising this because she was with us in the VAL previously, and we've made this request. And subsequently, Chair, we've also made a request because they are making a very good recommendation, I must say, on the department looking at how do they then, especially on the legacy contracts, where continuously there is an irregular expenditure, where the department then needs to look at how do they exit on those irregular contracts. But I can assure you, Chair, year in, year out, the same findings by the Auditor General, specifically on those contracts. One of those contracts I know from the back of my mind is the one in Kagiso, the Archives Center. And we've requested that if maybe they can assist us with a list so that when we meet with the department, we are able to then say, for the past financial year, the Auditor General have recommended that you maybe look at how do you then exit this particular contracts. The last issue, yes, on fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there's a bit of an improvement, but shocking to us, I must indicate to yourself, Chair, and the Auditor General, is this issue that relates to irregular appointments. Because from the portfolio committee point of view, the reason why the vacancy rate is so high in the department. We're informed, Chair, that a part of what necessitated that high level of vacancy is because of there were a number of contracts that were irregular previously. And then those people, they were not, their contracts were not renewed on the basis that continuously the Auditor General will find findings as how they were then appointed. Hence, about 30 or 35 odd directors and deputy directors, their contracts were not renewed. Then ultimately, there's this huge vacancy rate. So where the department is sitting, there are no irregular appointments. But I'm shocked that for this annual report, we are now dealing with an irregular appointments. If also the Auditor General can be in a position maybe to assist us, I know it will be difficult for you to give us names, but if you can assist us with a list of those positions so that we are able to also engage the department as it relates to that. Thanks, Chair.
Maybe before I go to Honorable Delange, just two things, Honorable Macheke. Is it possible, maybe for you to comment, I'm not sure if you were here when the Public Service Commissioner was reporting on this issue of irregular appointment or contract. Do you think they did touch on it, or you don't remember? I'm sorry, the PSC, when they were reporting, you're not sure. If you're not sure, don't worry, we'll follow up with it, because I think it's important that we follow up on that matter. But lastly, don't you think it's better to ask for those contracts from the department rather than from the AGM?
There's a reason, Chair, and she knows why specifically from her. That's why I was even saying to the Chair, on paper, it might look good.
Okay. Honorable Delange, she'll respond. Honorable Delange?
Chair, thank you very much. I think my predecessor did touch on some of the issues that I wanted to know. I just want to emphasize, it's always alarming the fact that they report or they fall under the laws of the NPO and not the PFMA. So there already we need to be very careful. A lot of loopholes are in the system. But what I do want to know is the transfer of funds and the no evidence of the entities that they were paid to. I'm sure the AG did follow the money, and what is the comment on that? Is there any cause for concern? Is there any matters that need to be addressed further on from here? If you could just clarify on that.
Okay. And Honorable Baroness.
Chair, the AG just said, now she iterated there, that there was no tender processes for 10 years. Now, where did all those other tenders come from that were less than 500,000 for this past 10 years? Because there was tender processes, but now where did they come from? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Honorable Macheke?
Yeah, just last one, Chair, and I think it's something that I could have raised earlier, and I'm reminded by my colleague there. The issue of the Gauteng Film Commission, Chair, and this is also directed to yourself. If you'll recall, when we were at Southern Sun, I've raised this point, Chair, that possibly we need to engage. I don't know whether Treasury is here. If they are here, I've raised this point, I think in 2019, that we really need to look at the classification of the Gauteng the Gauteng Film Commission. Because she's correct that they don't audit it based on the PFMA. It's registered under Companies Act. And it makes their life very difficult. And I know why she's raising those particular issues, because there are issues of board of directors and unlike when you do the PFMA model in terms of your own auditing purposes. And I want to say, Chair, if you recall, part of the decision that we will have taken then in 2019 was to say there need to be an engagement between yourself, ourselves and department as well as finance and at looking, because when we present, and it's something that I have a problem with, when we present before the sitting deputy chair of chairs, we continuously refer to this NPO as an agency. And she will recall that I even said to, in her presence, that we are no longer going to refer to them as an agency, because to us it's an NPO. And it becomes very difficult that a government, a Gauteng government will transfer over 39 million of its own fiscal to an NPO, and continuously you can't audit that particular NPO. Because of, in our own observations, there are indeed issues that you can raise in terms of material findings of this particular NPO. But because of they are subjected to a Companies Act, it becomes very difficult for the Auditor General to do their work. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, so there are two responses you need. One from the AG to say difficulties of auditing, and from Treasury, we had a discussion when we were breaking it about the same thing. The latest status, what are the challenges, what is the issue? Okay, thank you very much. Let's start with, maybe let's start with Treasury. And then we'll then leave it to you to deal with the rest. On the status of GFC, the NPO, I can respond, but I want them to respond for themselves. Treasury? Oh, okay.
Okay, no, thank you, Chair. I think I will attempt to respond to this
because
one.
it's the first time you... No, you did speak yesterday. Now you know.
Yes, I did. I think some members were not in here. I'm Jafta Mhlongo from Treasury. I'm the acting PG. In terms of this, obviously, I didn't have the background that the councillor asked.
That's the chairperson of the portfolio committee, not the councillor.
Oh, sorry, sorry, Chair. Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry. You know, you are a chair of chairs, and we've got many chairs in here. All right. No, I think in terms of the Film Commission Chair, I think I can be able to provide the committee with a proper report in terms of how what has transpired up to thus far. I know there was an engagement that happened between our compliance team and the Film Commission. So for me not to speak out of 10, I think let me just provide a proper response on that to check whether there's any movement to move from the founding legislation for the institution, Chair. I think I would like to leave you to that. Thanks.
Okay, shall we get it within 7 days?
That's fine, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Thanks.
Over to you, Officer of the AG.
Thank you very much. Perhaps if I can just start, if I misspoke, I apologize. The department has not gone out on a tender process for the past 3 years, not 10, 3 years. Okay. So apologies if I misspoke. Perhaps my pronunciation wasn't that great there. So it is at least not as bad. So with COVID, it wasn't that much needed perhaps to go out on tenders. However, it is now again starting to become an issue. The department does have controls to go out on 3 quotes and apply the PPPFA. It's just the issue is that year in, year out, they do not go out on tenders. They use old tenders, and they also have a lot of ex post facto payments that are being made due to there not being a contract in place. If I then can start over or on top with the IT information on the IT controls, we did again perform the audit, yes, and we did identify or re-identify problems with the user access controls as well as with the security management, and it is the findings that we again reissued. With regard to the reasons for the underspending being the delays in the local business forums, that was not specifically a reason that was provided to us. It's more relating to the fact that the budget isn't clearly linked to the indicators in the programs and then also the vacancies. That was the main reasons provided to us. With regards to the SIU investigations or the investigations of the previous year's irregular expenditure, there were investigations that were performed, that were indicated that we will receive the reports. However, then the reports was then not available. So what happened to the report, I'm not sure. However, there is definitely a potential that there might be a management of the investigation that is not adequate. Then, with regards to, I see that we have some findings, the underspending that's due to the vacancies was one of the key items. And then the question was whether the department then implement our recommendations. So the department does in some instances implement our recommendations. However, they have not implemented all of our recommendations. So that is still a concern year on year, and that's why we have the action plans then also indicated as red. With regards to the transfers of funds, specifically here we did audit the money, that it was correctly paid over, that there is no problem with that. However, the issue is that for some of 22% in the population, we could not find that the site visits took place and the monitoring checklists were completed. So the concern then more isn't that it definitely occurred. There's agreements of what must happen to the money. However, the follow-ups on whether that did occur, that is the concern that we have. With regards to the irregular expenditure with the Women's Living Heritage Monument, so this is not known irregular expenditure, it's still under assessment. Similar with the National Lottery Commission, it's still under assessment. And then the Women's Living Heritage Monument, it's specifically stage 2 that we looked at. And then with specifically stage 2, the finding then states that the fire compliance certificate and occupancy certificate have not yet been obtained, and that was due to additional fire compliance requirements and end user failure to repair the standby generator in one of the basements. So that is the findings that our team have identified. The department is then also tasked to have a look at this matter. We did receive feedback from DID in this regard already. With regards to the National Lottery Commission items, the sharing of information, it is a very difficult one not to tread over and still remain independent. We of course cannot share auditee specific information. As is the past, perhaps the request can come through in writing to us, and then we can formally respond on what we can submit and what we cannot submit. However, specific details might not be available. Then with regards to the Gauteng Film Commission, the question was what are then the matters that we specifically cannot audit. It basically comes down to that. So the one part is the AOPO, and then the other part is supply chain management. So none of the procurement management regulations are being audited because that is not required for a non-profit company to comply with. Thank you, Chair.
Obviously, in our engagement, we will keep on gathering information, particularly from the department itself, and then compare that with what the audit says and their responses. I will take it from there. Okay, thank you very much. Any follow-up questions? I don't see any. So thank you very much. Honorable Macheke, as we indicated, if I think you've already started, you already have the relationship with the senior manager of that audit. So if your committee would like to engage further, you can do so with contacting the rest of the AG. We will, in fact, find a way of ensuring that some of the things we do together that have to do particularly with service delivery and that we do oversight jointly. Like I said, if you think you want to stay, you can stay, but after this you can leave if you want to, if you think you want to leave. But thank you very much. Let's move on to DID, infrastructure development.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and once again, good afternoon, members, and as well as the colleagues from the departments. My name is Velapi Madzena. I'm the Senior Manager responsible for the Department of Infrastructure Development audit for 2020-21-22 financial year. Chair, what I've presented here, in line with what my colleagues have done, is the 5-year opinion history for Department of Infrastructure Development. As you'll see, Chair, the department has stagnated, if I can put it that way, in that they had an unqualified findings with either compliance and or findings also on predetermined objectives. And then moving on, Chair, for the department, in terms of the further details, what we also had in the auditor's report for the past 5 years, as you will see that we also had included the emphasis of matter, which is not a finding, of course, Chair. The department, in the up to 2021 financial year, they had a restatement of corresponding figures, and then that is based on the assessment that we did as auditors. And then also, we also included in the auditor's report significant uncertainties on uncertainty regarding the litigations that we also included in the report. We also reported from 2019 to 2020 subsequent events, and then also even in the current financial year, which I will touch on the detail on the subsequent event further in the report. And we did not report in 2021-2022 financial report on payables that are recognized which exceed voted funds, and then that is based on the assessment that it was below our determined materiality. And then on the report of predetermined objectives, the department, as you'll see, Chair, for 20 on reliability of the performance information for the selected program that we had in 2017, 18, 2018, 19, there were material findings that we reported on program 3, as well as for both financial years. Then further on, from 2019 to 2020 up to this current year under review, there were no material findings that we reported. And one, Chair, I must be frank that one of the drivers is because as AG, following the advent of the pandemic COVID-19, we decided that now we're gonna be focusing on one program, which was program 2 on infrastructure, and with the result that there were then no findings. We commend the department for that. And then also there are no findings on usefulness of the performance information. And on the adjustments of the performance information. We did identify findings with the department, did adjust, and with the result that we did not report on those findings in the auditor's report. Also on presentation and disclosure and relevant and completeness, there were no findings for the past 5 years on the department. And then I will then move to the audit of compliance with specific laws and regulations. In terms of the financial statements, performance, and annual report, here the department, for the past 4 years, if one looks at the past 4 years, the department, we did pick up that there were material findings and that relate to the financial statements which were submitted and which we had to issue funding, and then the department then adjust, and so that raised the non-compliance with Section 40 of the PFMA, and hence then you'll see that we've got access for the past 4 years. However, in 2022 financial year, the department did not have any material misstatements. Hence, you'll see that there's no X here in this area. So, yeah, we commend the department in this regard. In terms of on procurement and contract management, here, Chair, we are looking at the procurement here. We are looking at the SCM processes that the department follows on the contract that the department currently has, like for example, for leasing of properties, extension of those leased properties. We do audit that, Chair. And then in this instance, Chair, we'll see that the department, except for in 2020, we did not pick up any finding, but then 2021, 2022 financial year, there were findings, material findings which are reported in the auditor's report. And then on which I will touch on this, the details in the report below. And then on expenditure management, again, this is an area that the department is struggling to fix. Here, Chair, we are talking about steps that are taken to prevent irregular expenditure, steps that are taken to prevent fruitless and wasteful expenditure, 30 days payment. So in these areas, Chair, the department is struggling. As you will see that it's all axis since when we were tracking this area. And then on consequence management, we did not pick up any, there were no findings in prior years. But in 2021, we did raise a finding on consequence management, and with the result that there was an action that was taken, and then in 2020, and the officials of the implicated officials, they were investigated and disciplinary actions was taken. And some of those officials are senior officials are currently under suspensions, and most of those procurements in the main they relate to the COVID-19 infrastructure procurement. And yeah, so, and then in 2022, as you'll see that with that consequence management, then you see that in the pages that will follow, the irregular expenditure then started to fall drastically, but it's still a concern because it's still high, which I'll explain later. And then moving on, like I've indicated, Chair, here under 2.1, as I've indicated earlier, there were no qualification paragraph, and we did not pick up any material misstatement in the submitted financial statements. And then on the emphasis of meta paragraph that we raise in the current, in 2022 financial year, the first one relates to subsequent event. and that relates to which the department has already disclosed in their financial statement. It relates to the fire that broke out at Steve Biko Academic Hospital, and resulting in a damage to the temporary storage for COVID-19 medical waste. So the estimate of the financial year has not been made at the date, and that is disclosed as well. And also the department, we also emphasized the fact that the department is a dependent on various lawsuits, which as at 2022 financial year, they amounted to 343. And then moving on the details of the compliance that we identified in the current financial year. Firstly, it relates to the irregular expenditure, which the department did not take steps to prevent irregular expenditure. And we also recommended that management should put measures in place to ensure that all transactions are entered into comply with SCM policy, as well as a treasury regulation. Also, we picked up that there was a fruitless and wasteful expenditure, which I will give details of the figures as well. And we also recommended that there should be timely investigations to look at those fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and that where necessary discipline should be taken against the staff that transgressed. And also on the issue of payments made within 30 days, which is an area that the department is also struggling to address. We have raised it, and we said that the department need to ensure that payments are settled within 30 days and to put measures in place. And also the finding which we raised for the first time is on the resources not used economically, as required by Section 1, Section B. And this one relates to the capital expenditure incurred for the refurbishment of the private hospital, that is Anglo-Ashanti Hospital, which is located there in Carltonville on the West Rand. And then this non-compliance resulted in a material irregularity on the department, which I will give the details furthermore. And we recommended to the department that the department need to ensure that they put proper systems of evaluation at capital projects, and that it should be adequately implemented to ensure that all risks are related to the project, which includes, among others, the cost versus benefit to mitigate are done before a final decision is made to proceed with the project. And then moving on, we also picked up a chair that there were some goods and services over the value of either 500,000 or 1 million, which were procured without following competitive bid processes. And I will give the further details of the figure in the paragraph below. And also the last finding is on the quotations, whereby we could not get evidence that the minimum quotations of 3 were obtained for the procurement of goods and services were applicable in terms of the Treasury Regulation 16A6.1. And then on paragraph 2.4, I've already touched on that one, Chair, and then I will not gonna go into details. And then on paragraph 2.5, here we are just giving the the further details in terms of the movement firstly for irregular expenditure. You'll see that Chair, for irregular expenditure initially in 2019-20, it was low. Then in 2021, the irregular expenditure increased for the department to 1.1 billion, and then it then drastically decreased to 339 million. And the reason for 2021 that there was that huge increase was related to those COVID-19 infrastructure procurement for refurbishment of those and procurement of ABT hospital that were done across the province, as well as the main one regarding the refurbishment of that Anglo-Ashanti hospitals, which we did raise in 2021. And then in the current financial year, I will provide the details below on the details of that of those fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and then also on irregular expenditure. And then for fruitless and wasteful expenditure, we identified that the department has been a slight decrease, but it remained the same because it's still 21.5 fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and that this fruitless and wasteful expenditure relates to the court order that the department received. It relates to the prior contract that the department inherited from the SWAL. If you recall that the department is a split between, it used to be called what? Department of Road, Public Roads, and DPTRW. That's how we used to call it. Yeah, so then it split, it became infrastructure, DID, and Rosen Transport. So these are the contracts which occurred in 2007. And it's been going in court, then the court issued a verdict against the department, whereby the department had to pay 21.5 million in interest. And hence then there was this fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And then in 2.5.1 here, you'll see, as I've indicated earlier, in 2021, the irregular expenditure was sitting at 1.119 billion, and then it decreased to 339,600,000 in 2021-22 financial year. And the details of this 339 million root cause is that there was non-compliance with competitive bid process, which I will give. There's a table below which you'll see. It does shows nicely how it came about. However, in terms of the consequence management, as I indicated earlier, that in prior there was an investigation that were done by the accounting officer, and disciplinary steps were taken against implicated officials, which some of them were suspended. And then for current year, the investigation for these 339 are still ongoing. And then for the details of irregular expenditure, what gave us to this 339 and 1 billion, you'll see that the first one is SCM process here, which is competitive bidding process that was not followed. In 2021, it was 861 million, then it decreased to 129 million. So it's still worried. It's still a worry because what we want to see is whereby department comply with SCM processes in terms of competitive bidding. And also the other next big one is a 61 million, and that relates to quotations. As you'll see that it's very big. There's a big number, 61 million of procurements did not meet the minimum of 3 quotations. And then the other big one, it relates to the expired leases of 131 million, which the department needs to look into, because if, say, for example, you foresee that you're not gonna meet the deadline, you need to get approval from Provincial Treasury to get extension, at minimum at least, but you should foresee so that you go into tender process to get the new leased buildings. And then there was also a settlement agreement of 21.5 million, and that is the legacy contract which the department disclosed in the current financial year. And then in the current financial year, the disinfection of building did not occur. There was no expenditure on disinfection of building in response to COVID-19. So hence there is a zero. And then employees doing business with the state, we did not pick up any material findings in this instance. And then also it must be noted, Chair, that there was no irregular expenditure either condoned or written off in the department. Hence, we've got it as zero here. And then, as I've indicated earlier, for fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there is no consequence management as this relates to prior year, and it's as a result of the court order which the department was obliged to pay. And this contract is inherited by the department from ESPA, as well Department of Public Transport, Roads and Works. Yeah, that's how it used to be called, Gauteng Public Transport, Roads and Works. And then on the last section, Chair, in terms of the implementation of material irregularity process, Chair, as you will know that as AG we do have expanded powers, which I think it was spoken about this morning. From our side as auditors, as I've indicated, we did identify one material irregularity that relates to the procurement that was done on the refurbishment of that Anglo Ashanti Hospital, whereby the department leased the hospital, and then they refurbished the hospital. They leased the hospital on short-term basis. Then after that, they allowed that lease contract to expire, with the result that there is a likely financial loss. We did issue material irregularity, and you will see, as you will see, the 492 million, it was the likely financial loss, almost $500 million. And we've issued the notification to in terms of our MI processes, and we are assessing currently the responses that we receive from the accounting officer. So this process is still ongoing, and we are also engaging the department in that regard. So we are implementing, exercising our powers that were provided to us as AG in this regard, on this procurement. And then on the other matters, Chair, as I indicated earlier, in terms of that the department received and remain unchanged with unqualified with findings, we urge the accounting officer that they need to support, and with support of to continue improving and maintaining some control environment to mitigate and eliminate any non-compliance going forward. In terms of as you'll see, Chair, in terms of the internal control, the department, the area that of concern, where we say where there is yellow, we say the department progress has been made with the implementation of, but further improvement is required where action taken are not sustainable. And this area is on the oversight, administrative oversight area, on action plans, IT governance, on proper record keeping. But then the area that the department need to pay more attention is on compliance monitoring, because this is an area that the department is not improving. And then And then in terms of the recommendation for different role player, including the accounting officer, we say the accounting officer must thoroughly review the developed action to ensure that they address the root cause, and that they should implement some control to monitor the compliance with laws and regulations, especially on expenditure management, on procurement and contract management. Also that the executive or the executive authority, which is the MEC, should monitor the implementation of the department's project with clear focus on impact on citizens. And then, Chair, moving on, what will encourage the committee to assist with is that the committee should follow up with the executive authority and accounting officer on timely and effective implementation of action plan by requesting regular feedback on specific matters. Yeah, so Chair, just to wrap up, to summarize, if I had to put it in 5 words, the department has improved when it comes to, because we audit 3 areas as Auditor General. We audit financial statements, we audit performance information, we audit compliance with regulation. The department is moving in the right direction on the financial statements, as we did not pick up any material misstatement. The department is moving in the right direction on performance information, as we did not report on any material findings. The department is not performing when it comes to compliance. That is why the department also has a material irregularity that we picked up. And furthermore, in terms of the performance of the audit of the department, I think as you will see, I did put it in the overall overview of the department, that the department spent 99% of their budget of 3.2 billion. However, only 56% of the target were achieved. So you can see. And also, in terms of the targets that are of worrying, which are key mandates of the department, which is the Program 2 Public Infrastructure Department program. The department is not doing well in that area. Like, for example, I did put an example where I indicated that for conditional assessment, out of, I think, 800 areas that the department wanted to do, the department only achieved 1%. And you know, honorable members, that if you don't do those OHS conditional assessment, what will happen and what we are seeing in the infrastructure that is, and the impact that is having on the, because those infrastructures are the drivers in terms of ensuring that health, education, you know, we avoid having those fires. So those conditional assessments need to take place. Chair. So with that, Chair, thanks. Let me pause there, Chair.
Okay. No, thank you very much. Any comments, questions? Honorable Randall, Honorable Tilange, Honorable Kanyane. The chair is not here, so right at the back there. Then Honorable Badenost. Yeah, okay. In that order, Honorable Randall.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to touch on a few issues per specific heading. We have noted last year that the accounting officer under internal control deficiencies has established a war room to be one of his oversight responsibilities. If the Auditor General can maybe just give us an update in terms of how effective the war room was and the role that it played with his oversight responsibilities. Chair, then in terms of consequence management, we note that there was no issue according to the Auditor General. For me, we noted last year that the department was in the process of appointing consultants to deal with their financial misconduct. It should have been finalized by November last year, and then the implicated officials would then be referred to labor relations for consequence management to be instituted. Maybe if we can get an update on whether the Auditor General found any referrals to the labor relations for consequence management. Chair, further to consequence management, another matter that we would also love to hear some comments on is the proposed inquiry on the failed project to build the Mayibuye primary school. I don't know if you've picked that up, but according to us, that is also a concern that should be raised under consequence management. In terms of procurement and contract management, Chairperson, the Kopanong precinct, the PPP failed a probity audit again. If the Auditor General can give us their view in terms of the Kopanong precinct PPP project. It did not comply with legislation related to subcontracting of local labor, etc. Expenditure management, Chair, there is the Anglo-Ashanti, the Anglo-Gold Ashanti Hospital. Although DID might be partially responsible, the original decision was taken by the COVID Command Council, that is from the MEC of Health and the Premier, or the former MEC of Health. And the original estimated cost was 50 million. And I think, well, shouldn't the matter also serve before OCPOL? Shouldn't they also be involved in this issue with expenditure management? Then failure to adhere to legislation, Chair. In terms of this department, they have been fined 75 million rand for failing to adhere to environmental regulations. The Auditor General's take on this as well, because this came because of the department failing to obtain environmental authorization prior to installing the diesel tanks at 16 health facilities in Gauteng. And these tanks were required to provide fuel for the gas boilers at the hospitals. Then another failure, Chair, is this department clearly doesn't have resources or the expertise to produce a custodian asset management plan, or the CAMP, or the user asset management plans, the UAMPs. I think that's another critical issue that we need to have a look at, and I would love the Auditor General's take on that one. Lastly, Chair, in terms of process management, so despite a fixed asset portfolio of approximately 45 billion rand for this department, they definitely do not have the resources, the expertise or systems to manage the portfolio, thereby resulting in the deterioration of assets and an inability to manage leases. Also, the Auditor General's take in terms of the department's fixed asset portfolio. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Tilange.
Chair, thank you very much. Honourable Randall did touch on a few of my questions, so I'll just go straight to the others. I just noted that there are some of the issues that were raised where there were no figures given, but we will just follow up on that. The consequences of the Anglo-Ashanti hospital, what were the consequences there from the AG's point of view? Did they pick up on anything? I think then I find it difficult to draw a comparison between the fact that they get a green for effective leadership, yet they get a red for compliance. I mean, compliance in the department is a direct outflow of the kind of leadership, and I don't see how you can be an effective leadership but you don't have a department that complies, especially if we look at a 56% target reached and spent of 99% of a budget with the irregularities and overspending. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Honorable Kanyani.
No, thanks. It's not necessarily a question, but I take it the picture that has been displayed really does not really inspire any confidence. Just a despicable state of affairs. And maybe in our groups we'll see how we really elicit some of the tangible interventions, how to engage with the department and also the portfolio committee. Nothing, it's just to really go and see what we really can do. But the picture is really worrying. They're giving us more stress, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Over to you. No, we must have you on, because it's on record, so we need to have you in the mic. Whilst they are bringing the mic, okay, there is it.
Thanks, Chair. As I join the frustration queue from the report that we're getting, my question, I want to limit myself to the litigations, not only to one department. I do not remember, Chair, any government department winning a case. If it's there, maybe it's less than 1%. Why do you keep getting into a battle that you are going to lose? And in these departments, we have legal people. What is the relationship of a department and legal people so that don't fight this battle? Instead of paying 5,000, pay 5,000. You take it to court, you pay 50 million. So somebody is not assisting us here. I don't remember any government department going to court and win, but they keep on going to court. So those are expenses that, to me, they are deliberate because they don't learn from history. They keep on repeating the same thing, which it dries out to the public purse. So we need to change the way of doing things. If we have flouted in compliance, we're hiring people, we don't get 3 quotations, then we want to go to court. Let us close shop because we are in the business of collapsing this government. With the degrees of legal gurus, you call them doctors, so and so, but they are not assisting us. That is my problem. They are not us. What is the value of education if it cannot translate and change the material conditions of our people? So these people, they are assisting us to go to the dustbin of history. So we need to change the way we are doing things. And if we are to pay 50 cents, let us pay 50 cents and accept that we are incompetent instead of wanting to go to court and pay 50 million. Because that's what is happening here. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. I think that was not really directed to the auditor. So any of the other colleagues, if you want to respond, it's fine. But the good thing is made a recommendation, so we could also look at that. Thank you very much, Honorable Parenost.
Chairperson, the manager of the Auditor General said the department has improved on financials and control, but they are not complying. Can you just explain that for me again, please? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I also have a question sent to me by the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Modise. He's not here, but he's following the discussions. I'll just read what he says. He says, I must say that it's encouraging to hear positive views from the auditor on the direction the department is taking. Now, taking everything negative that has been presented here today, without laboring the presentation itself, the only question I have is, what needs to be done to put a stop in all these concerns? And please don't say consequence management, because that word is overused and has lost meaning and currency. Okay, so yeah, I was reading what the chair sent me. It's not my views, it's his views. Okay, yeah, sure. Over to you, Babu Velapi. I think you know why I call you Babu Velapi, so it's a matter we discuss, me and you. Yeah, sure. Can you give him the...
Okay, thank you, Chair, for the questions that I received from the honorable members. On the question of the war room, yes, Chair, there is a war room that the new accounting officer did put in place when he joined the department early in 2021. I think from if one looks at the report on the financial statements, we are noticing an improvement in that the department did not receive any material misstatements that we reported in terms of Section 40. So we do commend the department in that regard. However, when one looks at the compliance area, the areas of compliance, yes, although there's been a decrease in non-compliance on irregular expenditure, particularly if one compared to 2021. However, the figure is still very high and it's worrying. So I think these are the areas that the department need to look at to make sure that they improve or if there are any terms of reference in that war room. I think these are it's one of the areas that the department need to pay attention. Because I think that the department, if they can pay attention in this area, we should see an improvement in the department's performance in the future. In terms of the consequence management, like I indicated, without making excuse for anybody, yes, the new accounting officer came in 2021, and we could see the actions that he has taken so far. They do share with us those investigations that are ongoing, we could see, and then also not only the investigation that are taking place, but implementing the recommendation coming from the investigation, which is what we are commending, and also that also talk to consequence management. We do also see if one compared to in prior years, whenever we come in as an audit team, the cooperation that we get from the department has improved if one compared to other years. The attendance on audit steering committees, it has improved. So yes, we do. In that regard, we believe that the department is going in the right direction. On the consultant to deal with labor, okay, that one I must be frank, Chair, I am not familiar with that one, because our focus was on seeing to it that the department does indeed implement the consequence management. We believe that it's an area that is lacking. Although we believe that there's still more that the department still need to do, especially in the area of compliance, in the area of supply chain management. On the project, Maibuye Primary School project, we are yes aware. We did communicate the finding with the department in 2020, financial year 2020, when it was brought to our attention. We have engaged our colleagues. We do have a unit that deals with performance audit. They did went into that, visit that project, and they did pick up that one of the root causes on that project was with regard to the drainage, which was not managed properly. It's not within the structure that was constructed. It's a drainage that arises because there is a manhole within the yard of the school, which was not managed properly, and with the result that the wastage, the water wastage, when they come out from this, because this school, it was constructed within the informal settlements. So with the result that when this manhole that burst the water that will flow in the school. Based on the engagement that we had with the department, is that the department had appointed the service providers to remedy those drainage and attend to that manhole, for which the department was that what they informed us is that they have attended to that issue. However, of course, what the department told us is that they are, because usually, although they can bring in the contractor, they do have other consultants who come in just to check that what compliance of the department with the environmental and all other geopolitical in terms of the structure. So the reason that that structure was still standing is because they were still awaiting those reports to be finalized. And then in terms of the Kopanong precinct, yes, we are aware that the department currently, they have entered into, in fact, they have applied to the National Treasury to enter into PPP so that they are able to complete those buildings that are still standing within the Kopanong precinct. And in terms of when we engage the department, also it is also reported in the annual report that there are certain phases that the department is currently pursuing. The first phase is on getting what they call that green project. I think it has to do with environmental compliance. When we engaged the department did not reach those targets in the current financial, with the result that this Kopanong precinct project is then stalled because they are not reaching those projects. But there hasn't been any related expenditure except to get, because for the department to proceed with this, they need to ensure that they certify the National Treasury in those instances. But the department, in this instance, they're still struggling to get those, they called what, green project. I think it has to do with the environmental. So the department is still stuck in those. They're still awaiting to get those go ahead. And then on expenditure on Anglo-Ashanti, yes, the department, I'm not sure about the question, but yes, the department did spend on Anglo-Ashanti. There was an expenditure that happened on Anglo-Ashanti. And as you maybe might be aware, which maybe I might have omitted, is that that expenditure itself was also subject to SIU investigation, and there was a preliminary report that was issued last year in December. I think the department can give more details, with the result that there were some subcontractors and service providers which were identified, which the SIU report identified that they had overpaid. They have been overpaid by the department, and currently there is an ongoing tribunal that is taking place between the department as well as all the contractors and suppliers, which also includes the Provincial Treasury as the respondents to this tribunal. So currently this tribunal is still ongoing, and hence we do not have the outcome of the tribunal. And then on the fine that the department got for not complying with environmental for 75 million, I think we can get that further information from the department with regards to those fines that they would have incurred for not complying in that regard. And then on the custodianship of the department in terms of GIAMA, yes, the department, one of their mandates is to manage all the immovable property within the Gauteng that are owned by the Gauteng province, including the land parcels. And based on the audit that we've done currently, the yes, the department in prior, they had issues when it came to vesting versus non-vesting, especially for properties relating to land or land parcels. The department had they had issues. However, based on the audit that we did in the current year, we did not identify, although we did identify findings, but those findings were not material that when it comes to the management of the immovable fixed asset register. And then on the consequence management for Anglo-Ashanti project, yes, the department is taking, is implementing consequence management on the Anglo-Ashanti, and with the result that there are, I think, 4 officials that were suspended, and then I know that there is one middle management official who was charged as well, for which the member is quite correct that yes, initially when this project was assessed, it was supposed to cost less than 50 million. However, there was a lack of oversight from the side of the department, with the result that this project ballooned to 492 million. And as at the date of auditors report, those disciplinary actions were still ongoing. They had not been finalized, but the department did share with us, especially when we were engaging the department in terms of the material irregularity that arise as a result of this Anglo-Ashanti project. And then on the assessment of why we say the department is the leadership, effective leadership, green. Chair, here we based in the main on the action that are taken by the accounting office. We are identifying that there are actions and there is a movement in terms, also the movement in terms of the audit outcomes, which we believe that in the foreseeable future, we should see that we're seeing that the department is going to be moving in the right direction. So this was based just purely on our assessment, which we of course not reported, but it's just our assessment. We are experiencing that even in terms of the cooperation that we get from the department and the transparency that we are witnessing in the department. We are seeing that there is an improvement that is taking place within the department. And then on the court settlement versus litigation, Chair, okay, on that one, Chair, I think it's, let me just say we'll leave that to the department, because I think we do believe that if the department are gonna go litigation, they will have, or to court, they will have received a legal opinion. And in that regard, Chair, as I am not a legal expert in my area, I think I'd like to reserve my comment in that regard, Chair. And then on the question of why we say the department is doing well on financial control, we've assessed it as doing well, and yet there are compliance findings. As I indicated earlier, as the Auditor General, we audit three areas that we audit. It's financial statements, it's performance information, is compliance. So when we did the assessment that I've spoken about, I've spoken to the assessment on financial statement that the department is moving in the right direction. However, I did emphasize that the department is not doing very, very well when it comes to compliance. Hence, we did assess the department as a rate when it comes to compliance with laws and key laws and legislation. And then what needs to happen, to be done, to the last question, to make sure that the department does improve. Chair, I've been put that mustn't mention consequence management, but to be honest, Chair, we believe that the only area or what needs the department that they need to do is to make sure that consequence management needs to be sustained. Because I think when it comes to concessions, although they've started implementing consequence management, but there's still more to be done when it comes to consequence management. Because in that environment, we are still witnessing non-compliance with three-quotation. Why? Because those are experienced, learned officials. Why are you not getting those minimum three quotations? Why are you not doing the competitive bidding process? Because the department, I think they do have capacity. It's not like they can say that, like maybe one of that municipality who do not have those capacity in terms of competent and experience. They do have that. So, based on our assessment as auditors, we believe that that area still needs enforcement, that consequence management. It needs to be enforced and sustained in the department. And we believe that if it is enforced and sustained, especially on non-compliance, the department should move in the right direction. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. May I suggest that because this department runs a number of projects and there's been questions around them all the time, that the team that's going to be looking at questions we must ask this department, that don't lose sight of asking progress on these projects so that it can help us moving forward. Thank you very much. We're going to take lunch until 2. When we come back, we'll start with education, and then after that, we'll deal with social development. So let's break for lunch. Thank you very much. Exactly 2 o'clock we're starting. We asked them and said, it's time to go for lunch. They said for 5 minutes or 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Now when we're supposed to start, they are still doing what they should have started 10 minutes ago. Are you ready, sir? We're waiting for you. Okay. So we are now taking education. So over to you.
Good afternoon, Chair, the committee and all the members present, and also to the colleagues. My name is Sobani Lala. I'll be taking you through the outcomes of the Gauteng Department of Education. In terms of the audit outcomes for the past 5 years, the audit outcomes have remained stagnant as unqualified with findings on compliance with laws and regulations. In terms of the emphasis of meta paragraphs that we've had over the past 5 years, the first one would be the material uncertainty relating to the contingencies or litigations. So we've had this one for the past 4 years, but maybe one thing that I must indicate, we have since seen a surge in terms of the contingencies for the department over the past couple of years. Maybe just to give an example, when one looks at 2017-18, I think the contingencies were around 210 million. The following year, 2018-19, they doubled to around almost 500 million. The year after, around R1 billion. Currently, the contingencies are sitting at around 1.5 billion. Obviously, it is a concern because these are the costs that the department never budgets to pay for. And if you are diverting funds from the service delivery to pay for contingencies, you will be taking money away from the mandates of the department. But the contingencies range from unfair dismissal of some of the officials, but it's predominantly injuries to learners at school. It's injuries. It's in some instances they've been fatalities as well. So that's what is contributing the most. In the past financial year, the 21-22, we've noted that the department did try to do something on the contingencies, maybe in terms of assessing the value of the contingencies and see how they can reduce the contingencies. But when we zoomed in terms of the processes and the procedures that were followed, in terms of writing off some of the contingencies, we found that it was not in line in terms of the applicable financial reporting framework, which will be the modified case standard. But the issue remains in terms of the contingencies. The next line item speaks to the restatement of corresponding figures. I believe most of my colleagues have touched on this. We did emphasize on it for the 2 years, 17-18 and 18-19. The issues are still there. You still do find restatement of corresponding figures even in the 2021-22. But however, the quantum or the value of the restatements, they are not as material or as significant as they were maybe 3 or 4 years ago. So we did not report, I think, on this for the past 3 years. The next line item is the COVID-19 response expenditure. So on this one, we normally simply draw the users of the financial statements to the expenditure that is incurred by the department in terms of responding to the COVID-19. Like for instance, you will find that the department has maybe employed teacher assistants where that are assisting in schools, where at some point, I think they employed people to read temperatures at the height of COVID or when learners were returning to school. So we've reported on this. I think it's showing two, but if you look at 2019-20, when at the beginning of COVID, it was a subsequent event because I think COVID was still new, but we were emphasizing that there is this virus, and then we did not know the extent and the impact that it was going to have on the department finances. The last emphasis of meta paragraph is the one that we had on the 2021, which related to underspending. This one came about in terms of, I think at the height of COVID, the department had to stop with some of the activities or some of the things that they do. Like for instance, when one looks at the common assessment or the common exams, I think they had to pause on those ones, and then some of the things had to stop. So they ended up not fully utilizing funds that were set aside for one of the programs, which is Program 7, which speaks to exams. I'll now move to section B of my report, which speaks to the audit of predetermined objectives. I think over the years we've seen improvement in terms of the department, in terms of how they go about, in terms of performance information. I think if one looks at, like for instance, where we started, if we look at the 5 years, in 2017-18, the department was qualified on performance information. I think it was Program 7, where one was looking at the exam, setting targets. So some of the indicators, they didn't have targets, which resulted into a qualification. But the department has moved away from that, where they are able to submit a performance report that is free of misstatements, that is supported by sufficient and appropriate evidence. So that's been the case, I think, over the past 3 years. So we haven't had any material issues being identified, except for one. I think the fifth line that speaks to completeness of indicators. So we've seen that over the years. This comes from the fact that the department is regulated by the education sector. So the departments are expected to have certain indicators in their performance reports, but over the years we had seen some of the indicators being missing. So that has been the case over the years. But overall, when it comes to performance information, the department is doing very well in that case. And I think it can be attributed to the rigorous reviews by senior management when it comes to performance information. And this is what we would like to see maybe being replicated to other areas of the audit, like for instance, on the financial statements and also on the compliance. So this is one area, performance information, that the department is doing very well. Moving down to the issues of compliance. Over the years, we've seen one of the common areas of compliance where maybe the first line, where the department is still not able to submit financial statements that are free from misstatements, or that are accurate and complete. So we've been finding, I think, issues for 4 of the 5 years, with except, I think, 2019, where there was no material misstatements. Under procurement management, you will note that in the 2021, there were issues on procurement and contract management. This is a matter that I'll touch on the later part of my presentation, but it speaks to, maybe not this one, then the next one, apologies about that. On expenditure management, it speaks to the issue of not utilizing the resources of the department economically. That resulted into a material irregularity that I'll touch on later. But the common one over the past 5 years on expenditure management has been the issue of the inability to prevent irregular expenditure. So that has been the common one, but overall, we haven't been picking up any material instances of non-compliance other than those that I've mentioned. I will now move into, I think, give more detail in terms of the emphasis of meta paragraph. Maybe starting with the first one, the material uncertainty. This one is linked to the litigations, and as I've previously indicated, it's currently sitting on 1.5 billion, and the department also circled, I think, around 76.4 million in the previous financial year. And when we did our assessment, the 1.5 billion makes up about 3% of next year's annual appropriation. So we are obviously concerned when one looks at the litigations and where the department is coming from. As I've indicated earlier, that about 5 years ago, the contingencies were around 200 million, but now they are sitting at around 1.5 billion. The next one is the one that I've already alluded to, which speaks to the COVID-19 response expenditure. So I will not touch on it again. Under 2.2, so we've had issues in terms of the financial statements that contained misstatements that had to be corrected. This one, interestingly, in the current year, one of the issues that came out is actually linked to the contingencies. The one that I was explaining earlier, that when we were looking at the contingencies, how the department was closing off contingencies. So we picked up that it was not in line with modified cash standard, resulting into a material misstatement. So on this one as well, as a recommendation, we are saying that the senior management should review annual financial statements, and in areas where maybe it's subjected or where it's technical, maybe they should seek technical expertise from the provincial treasurer, because this is what happened in the current year. The matter that, one of the significant matters that we've picked up, it was a technical matter, and maybe the department should have really sought that clarity from the provincial treasurer. The next one is on expenditure management. As indicated, it's the effective steps are not taken to prevent irregular expenditure. In the current year, the department spends about 812 million or incurred irregular expenditure of around 812 million. But I'll touch on these on the later parts of my presentation. But we are saying the root cause to this is the inadequate review and monitoring of compliance with applicable laws and regulations. And as a recommendation, we are saying that management needs to monitor compliance with applicable laws and regulations, and also needs to start upskilling some of the officials that are actually involved in the procurement process by giving them training in order to upskill them, and more especially the bid committee members. And lastly, we are saying that timeous investigations and implementation of recommendations on irregular expenditure is necessary, because if one looks at the irregular expenditure that the department has accumulated over the years, I think the closing balance is sitting at around 6 billion, and then year on year, I think you get an increase of almost R1 billion. Last year, it was around 900 million. Then in the current year, although there's a slight decrease, but a non-compliance remains a non-compliance, and it remains a concern from our side, because you are dealing with big numbers here, the 812 million. Moving to the next page, once again, it's performance information. We are saying that we had selected one program in the current year, which is public ordinary school education, of which from the program 9 indicators were planned, and then all 9 were actually achieved. Overall, the department has been once again doing well on performance information, which is consistent with the previous 3 years, where we did not pick up any material issues. When doing performance information as well, we did also look at not just the numbers, we also did try to identify key indicators within the performance information, like for instance, the 3 that I've projected, which is the number of public ordinary schools declared as no-fee school, the number of learners with access to the nutrition program, and also the number of schools provided with multimedia. So with this one, we do understand that these are programs that are implemented by the department that are pro-poor. That myself as well, that I've benefited in the past, having gone through public schools where I used to maybe get food at school, which contributed in terms of assisting me in terms of making sure that I had food around the time when I needed food. So these are indicators that we are highlighting that are important. And also, once again, there were no material instances, there were no material misstatements that we are noting. But we've also took it a step further in terms of not just looking at the numbers. We also looked at the school nutrition program under the service delivery. And then we did identify that in some instances, the quantities of food that were provided to schools, in some instances, quantities. So in some of the schools, they did not get the required number of food that they required. And one of the other things that we've noted was that the stock management, effective stock management was not always in place. This is like, for instance, in your house where, for instance, if you don't pay attention in terms of the groceries that you buy on a monthly basis or weekly basis, you run a risk where, for instance, one of the days, if you are not checking whether you do have onion, whether you still have maize meal and all of that, and meat, you might get home and then when you're trying to cook, there might be actually no food to cook. And it's, in areas of schools, it might be one of those difficult challenges because children need to be fed, and some of them are dependent on the nutrition program. The next part speaks to the irregular expenditure, the 812 in the 21-22 compared to the 922 the previous financial year. So one of the top contributors of the irregular expenditure. So we've noted the school furniture where there was, when one looks back, so there was unfair disqualification of some of the service providers that bidded for the award. But I must indicate that this is a legacy issue. So it's a contract that was awarded, I think, about 2 years ago. So when the department incurred expenditure, when they bought furniture, chairs and desks, so they incurred irregular expenditure of around 481 million in the 21-22 financial year. The next one speaks to man-to-man contract, where the competitive bidding process was not followed. So this one will speak mainly to the buildings that the department used, like for instance for the districts and all of that, where competitive bidding process was not followed and they are on a man-to-man basis, resulting into into irregular expenditure. This is similar to what Mr. Matsena was speaking about earlier in terms of the DID. But I must also indicate that the department on this one is actually dependent on the DID in terms of finding them suitable accommodation. But the DID is not entirely to blame in our observations, because we've seen some instances where you'll find that the department is not proactive with the process in terms of, one will know if you enter into, for instance, into a 3-year lease agreement, that the moment you hit year number 3, you need to start organizing and researching in terms of your next building or your next place that you must find to accommodate yourself. But in some instances, we are still finding that they are slow in terms of acquiring accommodation following the normal SCM processes. As a result, they end up being on a month-to-month contract. So in the current year, 141 million was spent on this. The next contributor is also it's the school nutrition program. So about 93 million was spent on the nutrition program. So where we found that the procurement process was flawed there as well, where the terms of reference for the award was not fully followed, resulting into transgressions with the applicable laws and regulations. As a result, the department incurred irregular expenditure. The next one it's linked to the Department of Infrastructure Development. This one will for instance be linked to the buildings of schools and all of that. The department acquire services from the Department of Infrastructure Development, where you will find that in some instances, there will be instances of non-compliance where, for example, the scope of the project will exceed maybe the budgeted amount, and then all the processes might not be followed, resulting into expenditure incurred becoming irregular. So in the current year, we have about 85 million again linked to this. And then what you are saying needs to be done to prevent irregular expenditure is focus should actually be on preventing irregular expenditure. So we are saying that the department needs to monitor compliance with the applicable laws and regulations, and once again, the point of training and upskilling the SCM personnel to ensure that in whatever that they do in the contract management processes or the SCM processes is in line with the applicable laws and regulations. When one looks at the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, so I think the department is doing very well with this regard, because if you look at how much they receive from in a form of appropriation of around, I think the 21-22 was around 56 billion. If you look at that, they've incurred about 159,000 of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Although it still remains a concern, mainly it's coming from the from interest on late payments. So we are saying that the department should keep track of when they receive invoices, and to ensure that they paid within 30 days to actually avoid incurring interest on late payments. In the current year, it was around 159,000, and then the previous financial year, it was around 74,000. And this, in the 21, in both financial years, this was assessed by the accounting officer and it was written off. On 2.4.1, it speaks to the irregular expenditure. I will not touch on this. I think over here, we are highlighting the two top contributors, which is the school furniture and the month-to-month rental, of which I've already touched on these matters. So I'll just skip this one. Similar to the top incidents, because it's similar to what I spoke to earlier. I will now move straight to the material irregularities. In the department, we currently have one active material irregularity, and this one is linked to the fumigation matter, where we have noted that the department did not utilize their resources economically, resulting into a non-compliance with Section 381B of the PFMA. So this one, when we assessed, we've noted that there's a likely material loss to the department on a sample basis. We don't have the exact figure because we work with samples. So I think in terms of the work that we did, as it was a sample, we gave it to the accounting officer to say, accounting officer, you need to go back, quantify the actual loss. Because if one looks at the amount that was spent, I think it's around 425 million. So we gave it back to the accounting officer to quantify in terms of the loss. But from our side, or from our calculations, we were confident that the loss is actually there, because we did the comparisons, and like for instance, the department, I think, was spending on average of around over 200,000 rand to fumigate schools. But then when we did the comparison, like for instance, in terms of the amounts that we were given to the schools just before the department took over the processes, I think the schools were spending around 15,000, and then there was also a donation from Bidvest of similar services. I think on average, it was around 7,000 rand, because if one compares these to what they've spent, it was excessive. So the accounting officer on this one is still investigating the matter, and the investigation is scheduled to be finalized on Friday, which is the 30th of September. We are awaiting for the finalized report, just to have a look in terms of what is coming out of that report. The next part of my presentation will touch on I think on 2.6, it's the GR message. I think this one, I'm simply highlighting that the overall audit outcomes remain stagnant as unqualified with findings. So the department has found themselves in this category for the past 5 years. On 2.7, which is the status of internal control, you will note that the red item speaks to compliance, which is directly linked to what I was speaking to earlier, which is like, for instance, the issues of irregular expenditure that has been incurred, which is a matter of compliance, the issue of submitting financial statements that are free from material misstatement, which also becomes a compliance matter. So that's the major one. In terms of the recommendations to different role players, so I have met with the responsible MEC, senior management, including the HOD. So the recommendations have been shared with the relevant stakeholders, and I believe what is going to be coming out of my presentation is similar to what has been presented by my colleagues. I will therefore conclude my presentation here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any comments, questions? I know that some of you came when the discussion had already started, but it's fine. Honorable Randall.
Yes, thank you, Chair. With regards to the restatement of corresponding figures, we heard in previous years that this department would engage with Provincial Treasury and the AG on the new classification definitions emanating from the newer updated modified cash standards issued by National Treasury. So there was already an undertaking in previous years that they would, try and improve, but once again we see that they're still struggling. So just a question in terms of, was there ever engagements with Provincial Treasury? Is there evidence of that? Chair, then, in terms of the internal controls to prevent non-compliance with legislation, we also noted as the committee that competitive bids above 500,000 were subjected to an independent probity review as part of the open tender process, even for items, transactions below 500,000, an internal quality assurance team. Now, also no evidence because there's also no improvement, Chair. And then in terms of irregular expenditure, I would just like to find out the legacy issues that also resulted in irregular expenditure. There was mention made that it would terminate once the contracts reached the end of their date or reached the final end date of the contract. Is there still such examples that led to irregular expenditure, or has this legacy issues been dealt with? Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Honorable Paternoster.
So, we didn't get the name of the AG, but I must thank him because he mentioned the amount of 425 million that just went missing with the fumigation of the schools during COVID. But I'm glad that he mentioned that, Chair, because why? It is a true story about that money. It's actually not 425, it's 431 million. But thank you for that.
Okay. I don't see more hands. Let me hand over to you. When you introduced yourself, the member was on her way, so you can reintroduce yourself. Or first, before that, Honorable Chilwane.
Thanks, Chair. From what one is picking up from the report, there is a significant improvement in terms of compliance, but obviously you could pick up that there are certain areas which need to be tightened up. But so far, I think this is one of the better reports that we are receiving from the AG, maybe just to ask in terms of, because obviously we as a committee we would want to see the department get a clean audit. Maybe if you can just highlight what are the last few pointers that really prohibits this department to get to that point. Because when you look at this report, they are not very far off. It's just there and there. Legacy issues in the main, but beyond that, what are the key areas that really has been prohibiting it to get to that point where we can say this department, despite its size, if it can just tighten up here, it can get to that point where we want to see it being getting a clean audit.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Tilangi.
I hope you're not responding to me.
No. Chair, thank you very much. I think if we could just mention, if I look at the report from the AG, I'm actually quite surprised because he does not really speak in the true sense of the word to information that we have that's tangible, and I'm referring to now to schools that are not built, schools that are half built, that were budgeted for. I am quite surprised. It's difficult unless I'm really lost it all in terms of my financing. It does not really tie up with what we've got, the tangible proof of things. This report has been extra polished, but we'll sort it out.
Yeah. Now that you've used that last word, I'm gonna make. I wasn't going to make this comment, but I'm gonna make it now. It's a pity that some of you came when the presentation had already been made, and for some of the things you are asking them to repeat, they've said them. And had you received them at the time, you would have a different picture. But let me leave it to them to respond to your questions. But as I know, the AG doesn't polish reports. They give you as it is. It's up to you to make your own judgment. Okay, over to you. Oh, there's another hand, yes. Honorable Kekan.
Yeah, no, just a minor issue in terms of how they captured on page 7 of the slide. I think it was just a typo in terms of the number of indicators planned. It says 9. Number of indicators not achieved. It's supposed to say 0, because on the reasons for non-achievement, it says it's not applicable as all indicators were achieved. So I think it should read 0 there instead of 9 on the number of indicators not achieved.
Okay.
Otherwise, it looks misleading.
Okay. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe starting with the last one, in terms of the 9 versus the 0, I think the member is correct there. I think it's possibly a typo from our side. It should be 0 because there is a 100% achievement. Going through the questions, I think the first one was on restatement of was on restatements, and the question was on where the discussions are actually taking place or did take place. In the past, there was an issue of there was a classification issue between goods and services and transfer payment. I think this is a matter that speaks to the amounts that are actually paid to the to Matthew Koniwe and Saibonu. So those issues have been resolved, and the discussions did take place in the past, and we are currently happy with the current disclosure. But what we have in the current year, to give an example, is that when one looks at the prior period restatements, you would find that in the in the previous financial year, the department will classify, like for instance, the procurement of, I'm making an example, the procurement of a computer under furniture. And then when you go in and then after the audit, they picked up that actually a computer is supposed to be sitting elsewhere, and then they will reclassify it in a correct category. So those are some of the matters that are currently in the environment, but in our assessment, they were not material. And I think if I think of the one that is on the immovable assets, I think it was around like 400,000 rand. So the issues are there, as I've indicated, that we still do have issues of prior period restatements, but they are not significant, or they haven't been significant in the past 2 years. On the issue of, I think, internal controls or the property review, yes, some of the awards are actually undergoing that open tender process, but when we come in to actually do the audit, we are still picking up issues from the procurement, resulting into irregular expenditure. Maybe to give an example, in the current year, I think there was about 2 or 3 panels that were awarded, and then they went through the open tender process. And then when we came in, we actually picked up that during the procurement process, there were service providers that were supposed to be disqualified, or there were inconsistencies in the process, and the accounting officer requested to actually investigate. So as a result, such awards are actually currently disclosed under assessment. And I think the accounting officer has also since sought technical guidance or guide from the provincial treasurer, and that's one of the matters that are still under consideration. On the legacy issues or termination of contracts, so when one looks at the legacy issues, like for instance, the ones that are attached on, like for instance, the furniture. So it's a contract that was awarded maybe 2 years ago or so. So it's a legacy in a sense that when you look at the year that we've just concluded, the 21-22, it was irregular expenditure that relates to something that was already declared irregular. But when you look at SCM processes in particular, like for instance, your big awards, your scholar transport, there are normally around 3 billion rand, or your nutrition. In the past, we used to pick up like a lot of instances of non-compliance, but the number of instances of non-compliance have drastically reduced. By this, I'm saying there are still issues, but they are not as bad as they were 5 years ago. So some of the issues, you still come across them. There are still recurring issues, or in some instances, you still do come across new issues. The environment is not yet perfect. There are still certain things that go through the cracks, and as a result, results into irregular expenditure. But the legacy issues, I think the department is working on those in our assessment, but the issues are still there in some instances. I think there was also a question, I think, on the derailers, or what is preventing the department from attaining a clean audit. There's actually 2 areas that we've identified to be significant in the current year. Like for instance, I think when I was going through my presentation, I indicated that in the past 5 years, in 4 out of 5 financial years, the department hasn't been able to submit financial statements that are free from material misstatements. So there are still those issues when it comes to financial statements, so which we can attribute to the lack of rigorous reviews of the financial statements. So that's one that the department can work on. But if one looks at overall where the department is coming from, I think there used to be about 3 or 4, if not 5, instances of material, instances of non-compliance. But they've reduced over the years to 1 or 2 or 3 at most. So, and it's normally different areas. So we've seen improvements there, but the issue still remains. On compliance, I have touched on compliance. I think it's the issue of irregular expenditure, or ensuring that procurement processes are followed when the department procure goods and services. there still remain an area of concern. At the top of my list, I can just put these two because the department is doing very well when one looks at performance information. So if one looks at the processes and the controls that are assisting when you look at performance information, if they can be replicated to the financial statements and also compliance, one is likely to see improvement. The last one, I think it relates to the incomplete schools or schools that are significantly taking longer to be completed. So this one is linked to the to what. Well, maybe let me first indicate that the building of schools is with the Department of Infrastructure Development, but we have highlighted these issues in our report. So we did pick up some of the schools that were not. I think we had selected about 2 or 3 schools. We did pick up that in some of the schools they were not complete or they were behind schedule. So those are some of the matters that we picked up, but they were not significant or material enough, maybe to make their way to the audit report or to reports on them in terms of the audit report. I think those. Let me see. I think those are the questions that I've captured, Chair. You will assist me if maybe I missed any, but thank you.
No, thank you very much for that. Let's move on to the last one, which is the social development. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the other members, PG office, and my colleagues. My name is Dineo Mashiani. I was responsible for the audit of the Department of Social Development. So when we look at the Department of Social Development, 5 years ago, the department was clean in that there was no, the financial statements were credible, the annual performance report was of good quality, and there was no non-compliance reported. But in the past 3 years, including the year that we're going to report now, yes, the financial statements are still of quality, the annual performance report is still quality, they're able to support, but the non-compliance is what the department keeps struggling with. Okay. And then if we look at the emphasis of matter, which what my colleagues have also indicated. So emphasis of matter, I'll repeat again, it is items that are included in the financial statements. We are not saying that there's any misstatements or it's a finding, but we are saying to the users or even to oversight, hey, oversight, have a look at this that is disclosed on the financial statements that you may be interested in looking. So on the financial statements, we emphasized on the significant uncertainties and judgments. That's the contingent liabilities, irregular expenditure incurred, underspending of the budget, as well as non-adjusting events after reporting date. And then in terms of the report on predetermined objectives, in the last 5 years, there has not been any findings on the audit of the annual performance report for the department. This is commendable, and the department has been able to maintain that part even in the current year. And then when we look at the compliance with laws and regulations, the good news is that on the transfer payments, the department has been able to clear that. You'll remember that this is one item that the department has been struggling to, that has been a stumbling block for the department to obtain clean again. So in the current year, out of the, okay, so the treasury regulations require that the department must monitor that the funds that they transfer to the NPOs are used for intended purposes. The department transfers on a quarterly basis to the NPOs, and they also monitor on a quarterly basis. So out of our sample, on the 60 NPOs where we indicated that there are no monitoring, only one of them that there was no monitoring for all 4 quarters. 4 of them there was monitoring on 2 quarters, and 55 of them there was monitoring on 3 quarters of the 4 quarters. So that is the improvement then that the department has made to say that there was significant improvement in terms of the monitoring. And then the NPOs also that we reported on that there was no monitoring, they related to Sidibeng, West Rand, and Provincial. For the metros, all our samples, all 4 quarters were monitored. So that is the one improvement I wanted to highlight for compliance. However, the department then had 2 non-compliance matters, although they improved on the one matter that had prevented them from getting clean. One of them is payments within 30 days, expenditure management. So there's about more than 1,500 transactions where payments was made after 30 days. And about 1,000 of them relates to invoices received by the regions where payments was made after 30 days. And then in terms of procurement and contract management, the department in their business plan, they did indicate that they wanted to do repairs and maintenance at the regions. So Treasury did approve that budget in 2020, 2021. So in the current year, then the department, instead of going on a tender process, they went out on quotations. So it looked like it was then a bid splitting instead of going out on formal bid process. That is then the procurement and contract management non-compliance item that was also identified in the current year. In terms of financial statements, there were no qualifications as indicated. The department continues to produce financial statements that are of excellent quality or good quality. And then emphasis of matter paragraph. So as I said, the department is a defendant in lawsuits amounting to 48 million. And then material underspending. In the current year, or the year that we're talking to, there was underspending of 122 million, which is a decrease. Last year, there was an underspending of 438 million. So this underspending of 122 million also talks to, because the achievement of targets, the department achieved about 57% of their targets from the program children and families that we were auditing on AUPO. And then irregular expenditure of 48 million. This related to a supplier that the department had appointed to distribute food parcels without following procurement processes. So the department then stopped that contract with the supplier. The supplier took the department to court, and then the department did an out-of-court settlement. That's why then the 48 million is disclosed under irregular expenditure. Another last emphasis of matter, you may remember that the ECDs that were under the Department of Social Development has now formally moved into the Department of Education. The ECDs formed about 500 million out of the 2 billion that the department transfers out for NPOs. So it would be interesting then to see what happens in this year that we're going to audit. On non-compliance, I've already spoken to payments within 30 days. So the accounting officer has to make sure that there's sufficient controls, especially at the regions, in terms of processing invoices so that those are made within 30 days. And then for procurement and contract management, as indicated that there was instances of bid splitting that we identified, and the impact can be significant because if you look at all the maintenance payments that the department made, the amount may be significant. So the department has until end of September to figure out how much that then should be on the irregular expenditure. From our sample, there was about 4.3 million, but when we were browsing through the general ledger on other payments then made for maintenance, it was a huge amount, more than 50 million. So it is a significant non-compliance. Of course, the department didn't agree with us when we were auditing, but the PG's office was consulted, and then the PG office did agree with the Auditor General. So the department then is still investigating the extent to see how much of it should be included as part of irregular expenditure. And then predetermined objectives, as I said, again, it's very commendable that the department doesn't have any material findings on the annual performance report. So if we look at the irregular expenditure, last 3 years ago it was 321 million, last year 682 million, and then it went down to 48 million. But remember, this 48 million excludes that part where we said it's possible bid splitting, that would still have to go in. And the reason for that, as I said, the 48 million was for that supplier that was paid for the distribution of food parcels without following the procurement processes. Okay. Then on fruitless and wasteful expenditure, there is a significant decrease from 4.7 million to 1.3 million, and the 1.3 million relates to the overpayments to the NPOs. So the overpayments would be, for example, even an NPO is supposed to get 1 million, and then the department gives them 1.1 million, or in another instance, if the NPO is supposed to surrender the funds that they didn't spend, but spend them without the required permission from the department. Okay, regular expenditure, we spoke to that. Fruitless and wasteful expenditure, that decrease of to 1.3 million. So the implementation of material irregularities, it was the first implementation for the Department of Social Development. We didn't identify any findings that met the definition of material irregularities. And then on the internal controls, compliance, we assessing it as requires intervention because yes, the department was able to address the audit report matter of monitoring. However, there's still other non-compliance like the 30 days and the procurement that they would need to address. And then in terms of oversight responsibility and monitoring still relates to non-compliance. And as much as the NPO monitoring is not an audit report matter, there is still findings on it on the management report that the department will need to deal with. Okay. And then the recommendations then, if I can go to the SCOPA portfolio committee that follow up that incurred regular expenditure, that there is consequence management and that there's sufficient controls and that the investigation is completed by the end of September on that possible bid splitting. I think that is that, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any comments, questions? Honorable Kekana.
Thank you very much, Chair, and the presenter from the AG's office. Yeah, we note the presentation and all the deficiencies in the presentation. And I think we must commend the department on the slight improvements or the near significant improvements, especially in terms of the irregular expenditure as well as their underspending, yes, which was very high in the previous financial years, they have said, 430-something million down to 122 million. But of concern to me, and this is across all the reports that we got, is the issue of non-compliance, especially
with this issue of not following procurement processes of competitive bidding. It seems like it's a common factor in all the departments, in all the supply chain departments. And I think as SCOPA, we will need to drill down as to why is that the case. Is it deliberate or not? Because PFMA clearly stipulates how they should go about it, and they know they are supposed to go through the competitive bidding, but still they don't. So is it because they are always in a rush to procure services, or is it a deliberate, well-orchestrated move across all the departments, or what? But it's something that we will really need to, as oversight, drill deep into, because it can't be that all the departments are suffering from the same fate, Chair. And yeah, so I think, I thought I must just comment on those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Ewo?
Thanks, Chair. Picking up from what the honourable member has said, is that it is conclusive that in all these presentations from different departments, their problem is contract management, dereliction of supply chain management, and underspending, and sometimes the deviations. And I know for a fact that government is regulated. In your province, we talk about the PFMA. With us, we're talking about the MFMA. Now, it's a conclusion that these officials, they're doing it deliberately, this thing. They are doing it deliberately for one reason, and one reason only, is to line up their pockets. Because they are busy doing the same thing every time and over again, and nothing is happening. I agree, Chair, that I, as a member of the Oversight Committee, I need to decide what must happen. But we need to change the way we are doing things now. We need to change the way we are doing things, because obviously if we are flaunting the laws of appointing a company and just take nilly-willy, obviously we've got a vested interest. You do have a vested interest. How do you appoint a person who's not compliant? Obviously, when you meet the Nando's, you're going to get something. So we need to pin it down here, because there is no way we can have a supply chain manager who don't understand supply chain processes. So it means this consequence management, they know, is just another verse in the song. It's not going to happen. So until we start making it happen, they will stop stealing from the poor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. May I ask that when you respond, there's 2 points I missed in your explanation. The first one, you were saying that there's a matter that the department is disputing, and that finally you went to, I think you said Gauteng Audit Service, and they agreed with you that it's like that. What is that matter? Maybe if you can just clarify. I know you said it, but I think I didn't catch it properly. Secondly, and lastly, you explained that I think it's irregular expenditure reduced to 48 million rand. Then you said it's because of, I think, there's a 500 or something that happened. That's the point I'm trying to understand. What were you saying there? I just clarity for that. I think I missed it. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair, for the questions. Yes, irregular expenditure that was disclosed on the financial statements, it did reduce from the previous year to the current year, 48 million. However, during the audit, there was that possible bid splitting that we found, where the department didn't go through formal bid processes but went rather on quotations. So that would result in irregular expenditure, and the department still had to determine the extent the figure is. The matter that was under dispute is exactly that finding where we were saying that there was a bit splitting, because the department already knew from their business plan and the approval by Treasury that there was the big maintenance that they were going to do. So they disputed the part that it was a bit splitting, and then they consulted with the PAG office, and the PAG office agreed with the Auditor General. Thank you, Chair.
The other comments that were made, oh, no, not the last one. The last one was more about officials being naughty. That is a statement. I think there was a comment by the chair here. So, yes.
Yes, no, I noted the comment by the chair, but it wasn't a question. She was just asking that SCOPA looks whether is it deliberate, is in a rush. If I got the member correctly.
Okay.
Thank you.
No, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for that. We've come to the end of the presentations by the Office of the AG. We want to thank Melissa in absentia. I know she came to me to indicate that she was here to leave, which I understood. But maybe you'll pass this message to her and the rest of the team. Thank you very much for being with us from yesterday and today. I think the information you've given us is very helpful. Let me just repeat what I said to Melissa. This format of presenting is extremely helpful. This is going to make our process of identifying where the problems are extremely simple. Thank you very much for that. I think it's going to also make our next session possibly even shorter, depending on the discussion. I know when members come together, they might even make, where you go to a meeting, you think you're going to take 3 minutes, you can take 3 hours. And where you are sure we're going to take 3 hours, you take 3 minutes. So it's very difficult to predict with members what's going to happen. But anyway, thank you very much. I want to say that if you want to stay, you can stay. But if you want to leave, you can leave. It's not a problem because we're done. The only thing there are other reports that are still remaining, which will come back to you on the dates on which we'll deal with them. I will prioritize them as well because I think where it's clean audit, sometimes it's very short and there's very little. So we must prioritize those that still are problematic. I noted economic development, for instance. We still have human settlement. We still have community safety. So those are some of them that we'll be able to look at. But we'll come back to you about the dates and how we're going to handle them. Thank you very much. Now, honorable members and our colleagues, we want to indicate that we are getting to a stage where we want now to say, given this information and the information we had yesterday, what further information do we need from the departments and entities to help us finalize, first to understand everything, that's the first thing. But secondly, to help us then to express our opinion and make our own recommendations through other reports we'll be tabling in the House. We're going to do that in groups, because if we were to do that, all of us here, it's going to take long. So we've allocated you into 3 groups. I think you already know, honorable members, which groups you belong to. But for the sake of some of our stakeholders who are still here and they want to participate in those, let's indicate to you how we grouped them. There's a group, the first group is going to look at the Gauteng Department of Education. So how do you call it? GDE, Gauteng Department of Education, GDE. Is also going to look at Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development, which is DID. So it's infrastructure development. So that's one group. And that group is going to be in a room called, is it Augustus or Augustus? Huh? No, there's a US at the end. Or hostas. Augustus, whatever, yeah. There's a TUS. So. Okay, sure. That's the first group. The members who are there is Honorable Chilwan and Honorable Randall and Honorable Dilangi. Then you can join any group you want to join, you feel you want to join, right? Then the second group, it's going to look at the Department of Social Development, which is the last report we received. The Department of Health, which is the very first report we received. Remember, the Department of Health also has an entity which is called the Medical Supply Depot. So they're going to look at those 3 reports. And that one is going to be at Claudius. That one I pronounced properly. Claudius. There's going to be Honorable Kekano and Honorable Badenhorst in that team. The last one, which is going to look at SREC, which include the Film Commission, then Rosen Transport, which includes G-Fleet and Gauteng Management. That one is going to remain here. It's going to be myself and Honorable Chitangano. He'll be joining us soon. So those are the 3 groups. So you can join whichever group. So unfortunately, we don't have time limit. So it will depend on how fast or slow your group works. When you're done, you don't come back here. You go home. Because the problem is if we say come back home, others you might have to wait for others, maybe they're still busy, it can be problematic. So when you're done, you go home. So because you'll be going home just before that, I want to make a suggestion on how you can deal with those reports. It's a suggestion, so I'm not trying to stifle oversight. I'm trying to, if you look at the way the Office of the AG made the presentation, they've got 4 sections. Section 1 is a summary. It's a global picture of what is contained. Section 2 is details. Section 3 of what they've given us, I thought I had it here. Let me just be sure so that I don't make a mistake. Section 3, it's what they have recommended to the executive and the HOD or accounting officers. And Section 4 is what they are appealing to us. So if I were you, I would start with what they are appealing to us so that it's easy for us to move backwards. Then I would look at what they want they've given as recommendations so that we can follow up with them. So I would have said that when we know that they've recommended to the MEC to do 1, 2, 3, 4, your question must be, you've noted that the MEC has been requested to provide 1, 2, 3, 4. Can the MEC give us update on how far they are with doing that? So I would have done that, but it's up to you. Then I move to the next, so it's the same even with the accounting officer. However, remember we have agreed that when we do oversight, you talk directly to the executive or to the MEC. So where the accounting officer was given a response to do something, we'll still ask the MEC that we know that the HOD has been asked to do 1, 2, 3, 4. We want the MEC to tell us how far that process is as well. Because it's easy to talk to the MEC than to talk to the HOD. And then when I'm done with that, I move to the main issues. Just as an example, I just want to make an example because I think it will make our process easy, but do it the way you think you want to do it in your group. So don't be... as an example, I don't know, I can take an example and let me just come here. Are you able to help us with the screen, with the presentation? Oh, it's not showing. Why is it not showing there? There's something wrong, it doesn't want to show. Okay, let me just say what I want to say, because it's showing something else, it's not showing what it's supposed to show. As an example, you'll find that they say the finding is expenditure management, there's root cause, there's recommendation. I would have made the process simple by saying, I've noted that the AG found 1, 2, 3. Can you then provide information why? Why that finding, what happened, and so they can give us their own perspective on what happened. Then we say that we've noted that the AG has said, this is what they've recommended to give us progress on that. Yeah, but anyway, the issues differ a little bit, it's up to you. Lastly, I think that don't also confine yourself to what is in here. You might find in some of the reports there are particular issues of interest. I think we saw one when we were doing with DID. So if you think there's another thing, even if it's not part of the audit here, you want a report on, please raise it so that you can take that forward. The intention is that when we're done with those questions, we're going to send them to the department. We want the responses within 7 days. When the responses are back, the team is going to analyze everything and come to us and present the report so that you can be able to take it forward from there. We will then decide whether we want to call those departments to appear for, what do you call them, public hearings? Yes, or we think there's no need. It will depend on all that. Honourable members, thank you very much. Is there any question on the process? Okay, if not, let me take this opportunity to thank you for the time that you've spent with us here. I know you are still going to work. There'll be staff that will be assisting you in that process. But I also want to thank our stakeholders and particularly members of MPEX who have been with us here. I'm hoping that you learned from this process. And I know when we visit you, you'll also give us feedback so that you can help us with other things that you can strengthen from your side in the way you do things. Thank you very much. This breakaway session is adjourned until you finish in your breakaway groups and you go home. I'm told that some of you are still sleeping over. It's not a problem. So thank you very much. Sure.